Okay. Alrighty then. Where is my glove? Oh, there it is. I need to get a new one. I need to change this one. I need to change it. I need to change it. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to try to finish this because this thing has been here for too long. So I'm just going to finish him up and then we'll go from there. I need to get a reference from him. Of him, though. I always kind of forget what he looks like. I mean, I have a general base of what he looks like right there. We did the sketch, but let's get a more finished reference of him. Or of what I have of him recently, anyway. I see Taku. There you are. Let's grab these, send it over there. And then let's do this. And let's see. Wait, can I just do... Oh, in... No. I should have organized this beforehand. You know what? Let me try this way. Maybe. Oh, so... I guess I just don't have it, then. Where could it be? Because I feel like it should be here somewhere. Or I might just have to guess this. I might have to do some guesswork, to be honest with you. I don't want to have to do that, but it looks like I'm going to end up having to. Like, where is this part, though? Because I know I have that. Wait, put that thing right there. Okay. It might be on Discord. So I check there after. Yeah, it might be on Discord. I'm gonna go check. Hopefully it's there, because if not, then I have no idea where it's going to be. Right, what's going on, man? What's going on? Finally finished this. I was sort of kind of procrastinating, and then I was like, you know what? Nah, we gotta finish this, man. So I'm gonna try to finish this one up too, just so that I can get this over and done with. You know what I mean? Once that's done, then yeah. Once that's done, I can move on to this other thing. This other thing that I'm working on right now, pretty emotional. Pretty emotional. I'm gonna tell you that now. What else can I say about it? Well, let's just say some of you may cry. But I was about to work on it today, but then I was like, let me just finish this one up. I just want to make sure I have all of this stuff done. And once it's done, then, I'm good. I'm golden. Okay, so let's finish him. Let me do my stretches. Okay. Alright. Oh, and there's Titan really put me on to this person. And I recently have been, watching some of his videos. Excuse me. So I decided, why not we just keep going, keep going. This just came out today too. Industry devs are crashing out over indie game success. Okay, I mean, hey, it makes sense. They be getting butthurt and stuff like that over other things. And the volume is really low. There you go.
the tag. So this should be a really fun one. I got this tag on Twitter from Commander Savage. Thank you very much for the tag. It says, @HeroHey. Not sure if this interests you. Oh, it does. But seems the journos are calling our revolt against AAA slop, quote-unquote, deprofessionalization. How pompous these AAA corpos and these AAA game devs are. Oh, gamers are refusing to buy AAA slop for a variety of completely justified reasons. This is just deprofessionalization. They just don't.
I actually like how this turned out though, and we did put a little you know. Funny. And I put like some music notes just to know that it's making noise. We didn't want to do too much with it, but I like it. I like how it turned out. Okay. Okay.
Like professionals. Actually, you guys have been acting like anything but professionals. Take advantage of your positions, try and do like predatory monetization tactics, inject your own political rhetoric into games, and like get mad when gamers criticize that stuff and don't want to buy it. And that's just the tip of the iceberg with these people, as you guys know. But let's see what they say here on GameDeveloper.com, who, if you don't know, has been criticized in gaming circles multiple times before for trying to appeal to this side of AAA. For example, this headline they had in 2023 titled DI is DOA. What's really failing inside the game industry is diversity efforts. At GDC, Game Developer Conference 2023, Anita Sarkeesian described why current DI initiatives at gaming companies are doomed to fail and how transformative justice might foster better healing, more equitable workplaces. GDC, Game Developer Conference, also what went viral last year for having a panel where game devs were literally screaming and seeming like a bunch of literal children. But not even just children, because not all children scream like that. You know, like throwing a fit sort of child. I don't know, man. It was really bizarre. But these are grown people who are supposed to be like working professionals. Let's pull up the really quick Asmin clip on that. We're not going to watch the whole thing, just like the first 10 seconds or so.
Let's see here. Is real?
Yeah, I brought this up. Realize I'm still kind of new to this whole VTuber thing, guys. Please forgive me. Please forgive me, Asmin. Yeah.
No way, right?
No, they are, man.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy.
So that was a little more than 10 seconds, but it's too funny, man. That freaking thing is like, is iconic the word or infamous now? Whatever, you get the point. Okay, back to the article. Oh, I actually wanted to show you guys
finish
this
up on
too.
John
The author
Alex's
of the article
body.
that we're going to take a look at in this
Then I
video
will call it a day. Alright.
had also previously made an article back in January of this year saying it looks like someone at Activision is leaking Slack screenshots to right-wing X users. Far-right users of X, formerly Twitter, are singling out individual Activision Blizzard employees for comments made in support of DEI and inclusion at the company. Because anyone pointing out and commenting on the ridiculousness of this has to be far-right, right? That's how these people are. Even if you're...
It's so crazy to me. Like, I don't understand. But is it because I don't understand that I think it's crazy? But I feel like it's just dumb though. Like, it's childish. Like, they counted down and said, okay, everybody, 1, 2, let's scream. This is crazy. Truly insane. Is it the voice actor thing? I mean, I don't know. It said it was the industry devs. So I guess it was like people who make games, not voice actors. But I guess some voice actors could have been in there too.
Or not political at all, and you're simply commenting on something because it is ridiculous and absurd. And there's plenty of good reason to criticize these policies too. Not only do they negatively impact games, often like we've seen with Veilguard and Concord, despite how some people try and ignore that. And I'll always point out that yes, there were other issues with those games too, but DEI was certainly a factor. But these companies also use DEI as a disingenuous way of getting more venture capital and or ESG funding, things like that. It all comes down to money. And when you simply talk about that stuff and criticize it, yeah, they'll call you far right and all that other nonsense.
I know, that's
now,
the
before we
crazy
go
thing.
to the article,
It's like kind of like a
that's brand
shaming
new that I want to take a look at
tactic.
today. sticking with the one that I just showed you,
Christina,
I actually gotta
I love your art. Thank
take
you.
a look at this with you guys because
Thank
it's
you.
just so unbelievable. Look at this nonsense. Once again,
Pause,
just a few months
pause, pause. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Right now I'm trying to finish up this thing that I'm doing. This is my character Astrid, and she's playing the Switch, but it's not the Switch, it's the Zotendo. And then she gets caught playing it, and there it is. And this is my character's roommate, I'll say. He's kind of like his brother, but not by blood. And yeah, so she snuck into their like apartment, because okay, so there's like a, alright, so it's kind of confusing, but not really. So there's a giant building, right? Just imagine this is a giant building filled with my OCs, right? So like there's different floors, right? And all the floors are different, different, habitats and different just ecosystems. There's a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on here. May, what's going on? How's it going? So my character, or my main character, he's on the first floor, right? Like the first floor is practically his, and him right here is like his roommate. And so he came back. This is the thought that I'm having. So he came back from like a run, and she was in their house practically, and yeah. What are you talking about, Zara?
ago, they wrote, game developers have endured a resurgent right-wing harassment campaign, lashing out over the depiction of underrepresented characters in games since early 2024. Around that time, content creators and Steam users in the far-right ecosystem began a campaign targeting work-for-hire game narrative studio Sweet Baby Inc., accusing it of attempting to impose a censorious agenda on its clients, including Insomniac Games, Remedy Entertainment, and Rocksteady. Some employees of these companies faced additional harassment after speaking up in support of their collaborators. Of course, they won't talk about what started all this to begin with, which was a harassment campaign against Cabrutus, right, and other gamers. Let's not mention that, or the very bigoted things some SPI employees have said. We're not going to talk about that either. In the wake of this campaign and other events, organizations like Take This and Games and Harassment Hotline assembled lists of resources for developers targeted by online harassment. Take This is something that I have discussed multiple times here on the channel as well. Hopefully you guys are familiar with that, because they are an organization that, to my recollection, essentially claims to be in support of mental health in gaming. Yet when you take a look at what they actually do, it doesn't seem like they really do much of anything to support mental health in gaming. And what they do quite often, as a matter of fact, is try and ask people for money, including the government, which they have received, in my opinion, what I would deem significant amount of funding. And this just goes back to what I said before about these people being really disingenuous. Even that much more funny, because these are the sort of people that often call people like you and me grifters. But then you see how they operate. And then we'll take a look at this paragraph where they mention Asmongold, of course. One such creator... Wait, so they're instantly implying Asmongold is like a right-wing or far-right creator, aren't they? If they're talking about like far-right stuff, and then they say like one such creator here, is that not the implication?
Yeah.
My gosh, dude. One such creator was streamer and Mad Mushroom co-founder Asmongold, who repeatedly discussed the campaign in a number of 2024 videos, agreeing with the claims against SBI. Based? So Asmon's based, got it. Asmongold stepped down from Mad Mushroom and other businesses he co-founded under One True King, OTK, an influencer network he co-founded with a number of other streamers and YouTubers. This followed a series of anti-Muslim remarks during a Twitch stream that led him to being temporarily banned from the platform. Yes, let's try and character assassinate Asmongold here as we try to defend these corrupt corpos. That'll work out really well. It always does, right, guys? Then they go on. Oh, let's just read this part really quick, too. At GDC that year, online extremism researcher Dr. Rachel Cohort. I think that's one of the founders of Take This, actually. I think. Let me double check. Okay, so not a founder, but research director over there. And I think at some point she did step down. Not saying that's a fact. I don't recall how that played out entirely. But definitely was a research director there. And so they say, Dr. Rachel Cohort explained to game developer that this harassment was likely to continue if major companies like Sony, Remedy, etc. didn't publicly speak up against it. Oh my gosh, dude.
Center?
The problem is that when leadership is not speaking up, it sets and reinforces cultural norms. In other words, trying to get major corporations to silence individual gamers from criticizing these things. How pathetic is that? These people have government funding, they have massive corporations backing them, and they want to try and use all that power to silence individual gamers. All right, all that now takes us over to the article that I initially only planned on covering today. I didn't plan on talking about all the other stuff. As a matter of
They
fact,
call
here's
everyone
a
right
little,
winged. Yes, they do.
a little information on what happened. So I was
Like, once they
recording,
just don't
the
like
part
you,
you're about to watch,
and
and
they
then
try
about
to
halfway
shame you.
through it, I thought to myself, you know what, I should give people like more context on GameDeveloper.com and all this stuff. And so I started doing that. I didn't think it was going to take as long as it did. Hopefully you enjoyed this part of the video so far, because yeah, that's how that played out. I went back and added that in, and you could say I like fell down the rabbit hole as I did that, I guess. But now we'll return to the article mentioned at the very beginning that I was sent, titled "Deprofessionalization of Video Games." This being from just yesterday or the other day. So yeah, brand new stuff. Let's take a look. And I already skimmed through this a little bit already, so there are some highlighted areas to take an extra look at. But here they say at a glance. The success of Schedule 1, Repo, and Balatro has shown games by smaller solo teams can outperform expensive competitors. Some say this points to games requiring fewer developers to be successful, leading to deprofessionalization. Small teams deserve success, but deprofessionalization risks damaging the industry. This was easy to see at PAX East. I mean, their industry is a corrupt frickin' mess, so it sounds like a good thing, if anything. At DICE and GDC this year, I heard talk of a trend in game development that sent a chill down my spine. Deprofessionalization. As A16Z marketing partner Ryan K. Rigney defines it, deprofessionalization is a phenomenon driven by the overperformance of older titles, particularly free-to-play live service games, large studios struggling to drive sales, and the outsized success of some solo developers and small teams. These three forces, he argues, will combine to drive career professionals from the traditional professionalized side of the games industry. Some of these people will decide to go indie, he continues. Others will leave gaming altogether. Oh no, guys, don't threaten us with a good time. Some of these corrupt corpos might leave gaming. This reminds me of when some of the Concord devs were like, gamers made fun of us so much. We like some of us don't even ever want to be in gaming anymore at all, and everyone was just like cheering. And in between, there's a vast spectrum of irregular working arrangements available. Now, of course, throughout this article, he's going to paint like all these devs and all these AAA corpos as like innocent people who just want to work hard and all that. But we know that industry, as we've already discussed in plenty of other videos, is filled with a ton of corruption. And so, like, it's hard to feel bad for these people. Sure, there's probably like some good people caught up in this, which sucks. But largely, this industry
really
has been
like when people
growing way too much and getting way too advantage of gamers. When they get criticism, they get their journalist buddies to call us chuds and all that other sort of nonsense. So as mentioned, hard to feel bad for y'all. Is this trend real? Continuing. It sure felt so at PAX East 2025. It's no secret that the COVID-19 pandemic led to many game companies decamping from expo floors, retreating to either all online promotion or in-person community meetups structured around intermittent panels. Gone are the days where a chunk of the development team can get one-on-one FaceTime with players. Shifts in supply and demand have simply moved where marketing takes place. But something else lurks under the surface. Some notable studios like Behavior Interactive and Funcom had classic booths up on the show floor. Devolver Digital had maybe the tallest booth on display, but it was only using it to showcase 3 games. Mycopunk, Monster Train 2, and Batsu. The bulk of the remaining space was taken up by small publishers and game studios. Wandering through these booths, I found a mix of truly excellent and inspiring games, but also found myself bubbling with frustration. Few of the developers on display were working on teams larger than 3 people. They talked about publishers wanting ever more expensive offerings as part of their pitch deck. Short-term contractors seemed to be the best way to plug gaps. Why did it feel like so few proper businesses were fighting to get their games in front of players at PAX? Speaking with Rigney and other developers, I sense that deprofessionalization isn't just a catchy phrase to describe demand-side economics in game industry hiring. It's a frustrating reality that may undervalue games from big and small teams alike. Deprofessionalization is built on the back of devaluing labor. This seems like an intentionally gaslighty argument. The labor is not like being devalued in that sense. If anything, these AAA companies have overvalued the labor and overhired. If y'all are getting outplayed by smaller teams, you can't just try and make people throw a pity party for you and being like, oh, the labor is getting devalued.
No, too much.
Rigney offered some extra nuance on his deprofessionalization theory
Because
in an
the
email
muscle
exchange we
that
had before
comes back
PAX.
here.
He predicted that marketing roles in studios would be the first on the chopping block, followed by roles that seem replaceable to management, even if they're not. The winners will be the creative renegades. I'm talking about the people making work that would have never gotten greenlit at one of these bigger publishers in the first place. Some of these creatives will start their own studio or dabble in side projects. This is the only creative industry on the planet where one person can make $100 million making something by themselves. That held up in my survey of the games boothing at PAX. The developers of MyGoPunk and Cat Secretary had some of the larger teams on the floor of about 5 to 6 people. Indie publisher Playism was showing off a number of excellent-looking games like Minddriver and Breakarts 3. Executive producer Shunji Muzutani told me the average team size the company's looking to back is around 1 to 3 devs. Though he said it's not a hard and fast rule. My favorite game I saw, We Are for Shadows, is being developed by The First Tree. Solo developer David Well explained that he's hiring a contract coder to help with the dense system design, fueling the farming part of his horror farming simulator. Oh wait, I think I've actually seen that game on Steam. It looked pretty sick actually, if I'm remembering that one right. It's like one guy like on a farm, and you gotta like farm stuff, but at night some freaking creepy stuff happens. I think it's such a bad description, but whatever. The story was the same everywhere.
Somebody play that game.
Solo devs, 2-person teams, and publishers fishing for low-budget indie hits were the talk of the show.
Could be wrong though.
I want to be clear here. No one I spoke to at PAX East should feel obligated to give anyone a job. They're small teams making the most of limited resources, and it's the acceleration in game development technology that's made it possible. I take umbrage with that argument. This seems like disingenuous. Small teams have been doing a good job on various games for a long time. It's like a snug premise to be like, oh, these smaller teams are only succeeding because of acceleration in game development. No, they've been succeeding for a long time, and more to the point, as we've already been discussing, a lot of these AAA companies have their fault on some of this stuff, or maybe even all of it, depending on what we're talking about specifically. Let's go back here really quick, though, and also talk about this. What feels wrong is how few people seem to benefit from this status quo. So because AAA is starting to receive losses, rightfully so, and some of these people are getting terminated, this is not fair. It's not fair that they're also not benefiting. Look, man, this is the correction, if anything, that a very corrupt industry is overdue for. Let's get down to this section that I think you guys will find rather interesting. It says, as someone who recently shipped his second game as a writer, the cuts to game narrative teams hit close to home. The GDC 2025 State of the Industry survey reported that of the 11% of devs laid off in the last year, 19% of them worked in game narrative. This could be devastating news for certain DI narrative consultation companies that we're all familiar with, and others that we're not, because there are actually a lot of them, especially out in Montreal, Canada. The highest of any responding demographic. Two diverging trends are hurting this field. The growth of successful games that don't feature much narrative, either focusing on deep game mechanics or story-light multiplayer, and the spread of story-driven games authored by the creative director, and maybe 1 or 2 collaborators create conditions that lower the number of available jobs. And we'll wrap it up there, actually. Those are the most interesting parts of that article, in my opinion.
Good video. Very informative video. I didn't know people were out there screaming. But I feel like the thing that throws me off about this whole thing that they be doing with the games, like I feel like they're trying too hard, right? Trying to please everyone. And that's when, obviously, when the saying, if you try to please everyone, you will please no one. Oh, shoot. Hold up, Brian. It looks like there's more. Oh, wait. No. I think we saw this one.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So today we're going to be talking about the fallout stemming from this controversial video.
You know what's funny? She made a new video, and I kind of want to watch it. If Titan show up, Titan gonna be mad. Titan gonna be like, I told you. But yeah, and I did see some misinformation because, listen. With the whole Ross Draws thing, I'm gonna come back to the gaming thing, but the whole Ross Draws thing, wait, what? Oh, with the whole Ross Draws thing, she she kind of lied because in her thing, she's talking about how like her clickbait thumbnail and everything. I'm just like, ooh, kinda. I don't know. I don't know if I want to watch this chick. But back to the gaming thing. I feel like people would be okay, quote unquote, like they'll be okay with if they were just to have the character be whatever they want to do, like whatever. Naya, is that my man? yeah, this is him. This is him. But if they made a character any type of way, sure, right? But that wasn't the focus of the story, because they make that part the story, and that's when it kind of feels like, what are you trying to tell me here? They're like, oh well, I just want you to see that these people are cool too. I'm like, nobody had an issue with them. You're just like trying to make us like think something, and it's like, oh man. Once you start doing that, it's like it takes me out of the game. It makes me not even want to play it anymore. Like once I start seeing some seasoning in Last of Us 2, I was like, all right, what are y'all doing? Last of Us 1, one of the greatest games on PlayStation of all time. It was a layup. You didn't even need to do nothing crazy. We'd be fine. But nah, let's go over there and not only do this thing. I'm not going to say what it is because spoilers, just in case. Right? But we're also going to add a little bit of this, add a little bit of that. Add a whole lot of this. Oh, man. I feel like they're trying too hard. They're like, okay, listen, I know people are going to want to play this. So what we have to do, we have to put in as much political messaging as we can. All at once. We're not even going to let them breathe with how much we're throwing in there. I'm like, all right, sure, fine. Good luck with your 1,000 copy sell. I was sold. All right, let's just continue this now. But I don't know if I don't think I'm going to watch that video. Should I watch the video? Nah, I'm not gonna watch the video. I'm not gonna watch the video. Very funny though. Very, very funny though.
Have you ever watched someone destroy their entire career in real time? One bad take turns into 2, then 3, until their reputation is set on fire in a blaze of ego, hypocrisy, and self-sabotage. That's exactly what happened with Gunpai, a VTuber who preached against parasocial content while secretly building one of the most dangerously obsessed fan base in the community. For months, she mocked other VTubers for monetizing fan relationships, shamed women for taking donations, and clowned on creators with secret boyfriends. But the entire time, she had one too. And while her parasocial antics were bad enough, her downfall wasn't just about leading on fans, it was about picking fights she couldn't win. Because somehow in the middle of it all, she also decided to go to war with a plushie maker. This is the story of how Gunpai
That is,
built
you
an
see, I knew
empire
this
on
person.
Contradictions, cruelty, and
But I didn't know about all the other
until
stuff.
it all collapsed in the most ironic way possible. This wasn't new behavior for Gunpai. She had a long track record of controversies, jumping between different online identities, going by names like Zuba, Anantunona, and Francel. But of all of these personas, her Zuba account was especially infamous, constantly pushing boundaries and leaning into unhealthy dynamics with her audience. One of the clearest examples? Her frequently asked questions section, where she was shockingly open about the kind of fan interactions she encouraged. A fan asked, "Can we send intimate photos of ourselves? Pics, come tributes, etc."
Oh my
instead
gosh.
of shutting this down, she enthusiastically responds, Yes, you can, heart emote. I'm more than okay with them being sent to me. I enjoy seeing them, and I also archive them just to let you know. It's worth noting that she kept records of everything, and honestly, that just sounds like a blackmail disaster waiting to happen. But you know what's really a disaster waiting to happen? My attempts
I
at
knew it.
cooking.
I promise
Seriously,
you
if
I
there
knew
were
it was sponsored.
records of that, and she stated that she didn't want to post these pictures publicly because they were meant to be private between her and her audience. I don't want to reply because it'll be public and I don't want anyone else to see your precious parts. If it's okay for me to be greedy, yeah, I'll be part of my collection if that's okay. I'd use it for my own material if that's okay. I don't want to fill my blog with those photos because they're just private fun between me and you. I really enjoy everyone's photos so far. Thank you so much. And here someone asked, any kind of pic you would enjoy? Maybe muscles, maybe butts? And she says, I like anything you want to present to me. I do like seeing bulges and seeing you pleasure yourself with a background of
Okay, I don't think I would watch this video, bro. Oh my gosh. You heard of her? Yeah, I heard the plushie thing. That's the only thing I knew. I didn't know she was out here a freak. Oh my gosh. Can you even, like, I mean, I guess on Twitter, I'm pretty sure this is where it's happening. You can say anything, I guess.
to know my preferences. So she didn't just flirt with her fans.
She sound like a JoJo character.
Treated them like they were in an actual relationship with her. She actively leaned into full-scale girlfriend experience content, going as far as posting personal photos of her and sharing intimate messages.
Oh, so she
Do
has.
you want to cuddle? I want to be the little spoon. But I also want to speak in your ear. But I also want to put my face on your armpit.
Okay, girl. So a free. So does she have like real life pictures of herself online? Because I know there's some VTubers who do, like when they go to cons and stuff. Because we had that. I mean, no, that girl was a cosplayer. I mean, they still do. Like some of them do that, right?
You stink. I'd sniff you.
Oh my
as well as
gosh.
detailing every
Oh my
aspect of her
gosh.
life.
That's
even
tight. That's Zero type of
her
girl.
weight.
Her weight, 115. How tall is it, girl? I need all the never mind.
After
Okay.
going to the bathroom.
After oh
She
my gosh, never mind, bro.
also went above and beyond to prove she was always available for them, such as sleeping in voice calls with her fans so they wouldn't suspect she had a boyfriend, and spending hours in Discord voice calls so fans always had access to her. And then there was her viral rant about dating her audience, where she openly declared that she saw nothing wrong with it, even saying that it was cheating if her fans had relationships outside of her. I'm not just a streamer, I am in love with my community. It hurts to know on both sides if someone has a relationship, it's literally cheating because I spent a whole day in a call yesterday flirting in Discord and we had a date together. This wasn't just engagement farming. This was actively fostering obsessive loyalty.
This is
She
those people that
reinforced
May
this
was talking about.
unhealthy attachment with tweets like, please, I'm begging you, don't watch me or interact with me if you have a girlfriend who doesn't know about me. I feel like I'm getting cheated on. I'm serious. It hurts so much. I'm tired of e-dating, so I decided to treat my community as my e-boyfriend. I'm also really lonely, have low self-esteem, constantly forget to take my meds due to ADHD, and have a huge media backlog, which are all things my community helps take care of. I'm doing GFE because it's fun and I want to be really nice to men. At one point she vented on Twitter about feeling betrayed by fans, mentioning their real relationship. Damn, rage bait used to be believable. Unless it's not actually rage bait, because she immediately followed up with, this is not a joke, nor a bit. She meant every single word. And in another Gunpei special we got, okay, I get really depressed and sad when a cute VTuber on the timelet admits they have a relationship or has another guy in their bio because, oh my god, I feel really sad for their fan who really saw them as someone to cure their loneliness. Also, they're the ones who benefit from your following, likes, replies, and chat messages, not to mention your subscription.
Alright, listen. I feel like this is where it gets too far. the whole experience itself is kind of like, all right, whatever floats your boat. But when it starts getting to this level, you need to turn off your computer and your phone and just chill, because it's getting a little crazy. It is truly getting a little crazy. Like, nah. Like, obviously, I know she's doing this for ulterior motives, because she knows there's people out there who are pretty, like, down bad, like Zura, and and they really truly believe like they have a chance with this girl. That is wild. Truly is. Is it impossible? No, I guess not. But is it likely? No. Especially when she's out here and she has like a pretty big following. Come on, guys. Come on, honestly. You have a better shot of going to Walmart or whatever grocery store you got next to you, and it should be like, yo, I'm single. Who trying to? You have a better chance doing that, honestly. Right? And how many Walmarts are out there? How many Walmarts are out there? Like, there's billions, probably not billions, maybe millions. Is millions too much? No, I don't think there's like millions is too much. There's a Walmart around like every corner, probably. So, yo, just go out there and be like, hey, my name is I am years old, and I like anime, I like gaming, I like to have a good time. I work out. Hey, So, and I'm single, so my number's right here. Hit me up if you wanna, if you wanna talk. Have a good conversation. Simple. You have a better chance of doing that than trying to get this chick. Honestly, I feel like it's a little too much. It's a little too much. I'm down bad as a joke. I feel like, you know what they say? Jokes have, there's what do they say? They say every joke has an ounce of truth in it. So what's the truth part, Zura? What? About the tomboy? Okay.
And donations, it's just such a slap in the face to say those types of statements. Her obsessiveness over maintaining this parasocial hold over her fanbase extended to how she managed her community. Gunpai famously banned the names of every single female VTuber from her Discord server. If anyone even mentioned another female creator, their message was deleted and they risked being banned. Of course, no female VTuber could join her server for a while. Finally got around towards blocking every female name in my Discord server. Now companions can't talk about other women in my vicinity. I don't even know how that's physically possible. Surely she forgot at least one female name, right? But when she got pushback on it, where some people pointed out that she could benefit from having female friendships, her fans would defend her, saying, no, she doesn't need friends, she only needs us. Which really speaks volume about how codependent and unhealthy her community was.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, if you were suspected to be in a relationship, you would also get banned from her server. And she didn't just control who they could talk to, she also controlled how they could interact.
You gotta understand, for a level of those people who are, mentally, right, they might break up with their, like, boyfriend or girlfriend, right? I mean, I guess most of the people who follow her are guys, so they might break up with their girls to be with this girl when they can't. Man, people. Oh my gosh! I feel like. Remember when I said last stream about you should just get away, turn off your phone, turn off everything, just be outside. You know what I mean? That's what they need, because in the same way. People that found out that she has a boyfriend can end up KY. You know what I mean? And that's insane. That's insane. For a random chick who doesn't know you, who I doubt really keeps the pictures you send her. I mean, probably does, honestly. Like she said, blackmail material, she might be that type of person. But, man, crazy. Excuse me.
On her Ko-fi, she had a $1,000
Unbanned fee? Oh! Yo, this is insane. There's only one successful YouTuber slash fan relationship, and that is PewDiePie and his wife. Yeah, perfect. Right? She seems cool. Everything seems fine. I don't know her personally, obviously, but everything that I've seen of her and of him, and she's not. It's perfect. I feel like there's only 2 marriages that I've seen on YouTube: PewDiePie and his wife, and the guy who used to do Game Theory and his wife. The only 2 husband and wife YouTubers that I can think of that just seem like perfectly fine. You know what I mean? The only ones that I can think of right now. There might be others, but the only ones I can think of off the top of my head. Yo, look at this. Unbanned fee. Forgiveness tax toll. What? $1,000 American? I unban you from Twitch, Tumblr, Discord, and YouTube, and other platforms. Oh my gosh. This is insane. And I bet people pay her for this. People pay her for this, man. This is crazy. I'm telling you this right now. If I ever end up getting banned from anybody, guess what? I'm banned. I'm not going back. I'm gone. Okay. I'm not coming back. But she has this here knowing that people are going to pay it. It's wild stuff.
Unbanned forgiveness fee. Yes, you read that right. $1,000 to be forgiven after getting banned. And if you thought her tweets were bad, her Discord comments were even worse. One of the most insane example, TBH, the only dicks I don't like seeing are ones that look really, really dry. It makes me sad. Like, I want to slobber all over it to make it happy.
Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh. Like, guys, we need to chill out. Okay? Honestly. Like, this is not even a joke anymore. This is insane. This is truly insane.
Again, I guess. What made all of this even more insane was that Gunpei constantly attacked other VTubers for behavior she herself was guilty of. She had no problem ripping into other female content creators, especially those who monetize their audience through emotional connections, did GFE while secretly having a boyfriend, or talked about their mental health struggles. She frequently mocked female streamers for being too dependent on their viewers and shamed them for asking for financial support. Never did a donaton subathon. That shit's is gay and R-worded. And one of her most brutal takes, imagine admitting to your community that you're a broke lord NEET who can't work, so you complain about your fake mental illness diagnosis. Pretend to be nice to your biggest Oilers, and yet you have a boyfriend and complain that your life is
Oilers?
falling apart. Maybe you deserve it, because
Oilers. Is that like another... Like, is that an internet word for something?
boyfriend and complain that your life is falling apart. Maybe you deserve it because you're so fat from DoorDash. At this point,
Okay.
Gunpei wasn't just hypercritical. She was the exact thing she claimed to hate. And that's what makes what happens next so much more ironic. But while Gunpei was busy love bombing her fans and controlling every aspect of their interactions, she also managed to pick one of the dumbest fights in VTuber history.
Oh, the
And
plushie.
it all started because of a plushie.
Yep.
On
Okay.
November 24th,
So this is what the downfall came.
Gunpei went nuclear, accusing a plush maker of stealing her design and demanding that VTubers ban him. Her proof? A plushie of her character, one she had never commissioned. At first, this might seem like a legitimate concern, but there was just one problem. None of it was true. The plush maker, Kusa, wasn't a scammer. He was an indie artist from Vietnam who took custom commissions. A fan had paid him to create a Gunpei plushie, and after finishing the order, he had a few extras left over. But instead of tossing them, he simply offered them to other fans. The plushie maker quickly responded to her tweet, clarifying that he had actually been commissioned by one of her fans to create the plushie in the first place. That's it. No mass production, no stolen designs, no shady business. But rather than reaching out privately, Gunpei went straight to war. She blasted Kusa on Twitter, rallying her fans to report and blacklist him. And then she tweeted, "He's making AliExpress Temu tier plushies of my character,
That's
lol.
messed
The
up.
eyes aren't even correct. Gunpei's eye colors is pink, not fucking orange." Again, he just goes server to server,
Oh,
profiting
by the way,
off
guys,
of VTuber.
there might be. I should have said this before, but there might be words and things that are said. You have been warned. You have been warned. Oh my goodness.
Characters. And then she proceeded to shill her own merch instead. "Hi, you can support me by the new Market merch drop at November 25th at 3 p.m. PST. I do get 20% profits, pretty good. At least I get profits then compared to this fellow where I get absolutely 0%. It didn't take long for people to fact check her claims, and that's when community nodes got involved. And from there, things spiraled out of control. Instead of apologizing, Gunpei doubled down. She mocked
Too
the
late,
people
yeah,
who
I
bought the
know.
plushies, saying, "Lol, sorry to those who bought it, but that's kind of your fault. It wasn't vetted by me, and it's poorly made." Like, what were you expecting? At this point, most of the internet, besides her extremely loyal fans, had turned against her. Even big names VTubers like Bao, Shondo, and Pipkin Pippa came out in defense of Kusa, praising his work and calling out Gunpei's entitlement. But instead of stepping back, she went full mask-off mode. She started ranting about Kusa being from Vietnam, saying, "Bro lives in Vietnam. There's no way he's struggling for extra cash in that country with his business." And then came this absolute gem. You can sell orange juice with coffee shots for $1 and live off that for a week in that fucking
That's
country.
crazy. That's crazy.
What? It would have been a completely different story if he mailed me the extra plushies, but no, he's so profit-oriented that he decided to sell knockoffs to people in my community who have no idea when their shit will get shipped. At this point, it was obvious. She wasn't actually mad about art theft. She was mad she didn't get the plush for free. She even confirmed it herself, whining, "I didn't even get anything for free." But Twitter buried her. Community notes came back with a vengeance, exposing her hypocrisy. She had already received hundreds of gifts through her public wish list, close to 400 gifts from her fans. And in one of her own voice clips, she even bragged about getting a full fucking outfit, as she says.
Chat, someone fucking, like, I think this is a surprise gift, but they gave me a full fucking outfit. It has, like, a top and bottoms.
Let's just continue.
And it also has, like, bracelets and shoes, and the shoes fit me? What the fuck?
Realizing she had lost, Gunpei tried one last desperate attempt at regaining sympathy. She posted this: "I'm getting to by the VTuber community, God please help," which obviously also got community noted. She didn't stop there though, she doubled down once again. "I'll always get fucked over by the VTubing community no matter what. I get my design character for profit while not even getting anything for free." Many such cases, which was hit with the coldest community note fact checked yet. There is no evidence of by anyone related to Gunpei. She is receiving backlash due to her own comment and entitlement, not because of a crime. And just to really drive that point home, they included Wikipedia links explaining the actual definition of and criticism. She had officially lost. Her merch deal was cancelled, her followers plummeted, and even her own supporters were turning against her.
So
Her
crazy.
YouTube account went into the negative, yet she continued. I'm
Dang.
only being watched by drama chasers because I'm a woman. If I was a guy, I
Of course,
wouldn't
you
get
see,
any attention from the action.
Look what she's doing. She's almost right there to call people right-winged and what's the other word they use? There's another word they use, starts with a B. I had it yesterday. What is the word? Man, the only reason wait, I'm only being watched by drama chasers because I'm a woman. If I was a guy, I wouldn't get the attention for my actions. So funny, so funny. You're just a terrible
People
person.
only care about male drama when it's about harassment or assault. You'd think that after all of this, she'd finally stop digging. But no. She went live on Kick, tripling down on her hate for Kusa. Instead of walking back her claims, she went even harder.
I mean, at least she doubled
mocked
down.
her own plushies while stating that the ones Kusa made for Face Connect looked better.
And the plush doesn't even look as good as the Phase Connects one. Like, this one is literally just
Yeah.
but the other like the other fucking plushies other people got are like crocheted. And it's like nice. Like I feel like the people hating on me didn't even look at the plushie. Like this plushie is fucked up.
At one point, she even played the victim card, saying, "I feel lonely"
Sorry.
at the top. And then, in a
I just
truly
what was that?
delusional
What's that thing that that girl said? I just hate when people don't listen to what I say. Oh no, I just hate when people don't do what I say.
display, she declared, "I'm successful now that I have haters." And just when you thought it couldn't get worse, she actually took credit for Kusa's success. Thanks to me, Kusa has clients now. And to top it all off, she ended the stream with, "Everyone is promoting me. 2025 is going to be the year." But that comment would not age well. After the backlash, things started to simmer down, until Gunpei decided to come back one more time with what can only be described as a backhanded apology. "I'm sorry, Kusa, I should have bowed down to your Face Connect goodness doll plushie machine and chilled with the xenophobic comments," which doesn't exactly scream sincerity. But instead of leaving it at that, she immediately spiraled into a full-blown tirade, Kanye West style. She started rapid-firing a series of manic, nonsensical tweets one after another. Some of the highlights included, "I will never be funny again, I promise. I was never funny and I will never attempt to be funny
It's
anymore.
funny. The
You're
funny
fine,
thing
I
is,
just had severe psycho."
the funny thing is, she was talking about her her mental health and everything, and I was like, she's just trying to play on people's sympathy. I think she actually does have some problems. Like seriously, like I feel like everything that happened to her, like she started getting all this like all these followers, everybody started liking her, right? She was, acting how she was acting, everything was working, and she just thought she could do no wrong. And then now everybody's like kind of like not liking her, so she's just like she's breaking down. How's it going, Morgan? She's breaking down. She doesn't know what to do. She's panicking, so she's just tweeting and just saying things. I don't like this angle because you have to follow the face going out and up and up here, up, down here. She is crashing.
This because I got punked and dumped by an Italian manlet last year. My He-Man regenerates from September, so I had a really bad moment and I can't cope with being a virgin again, so I'm sorry about all my female woman moments. Please forgive me, boss. Can Trump pardon me from my VTubing reputation? Okay, that one was actually kind of funny. And the best part, she even acknowledged her manic behavior herself. My VTuber career is microdosing on having Kanye moments a bit too frequently. At least she was self-aware, just not enough to stop digging her own grave. By now, Gunpei had alienated almost everyone. It seemed like she had hit rock bottom after the plushie meltdown, the racism, and the Twitter spiraling. But no, because what really destroyed her wasn't the backlash, it wasn't the leaks, it wasn't even her most unhinged public rants. What sealed her fate was the one thing she had built her entire brand on. She had made her identity about calling out parasocial manipulation. She trashed VTubers for monetizing fan relationships and shamed streamers for hiding their boyfriends. She even mocked one for saying streamers should stop treating fans like cash cows, laughing, skill issue, just make your viewers fall in love with you and don't have a boyfriend in secret. Her message was clear. If you're honest with your fans, they'll stay loyal. But guess what? She had a secret boyfriend the entire time. So how exactly did Gunpei get caught? Well, her ex-boyfriend Fuza was a viewer turned VTuber that she had dated before her girlfriend experience phase. Once they broke up, she fully committed to the girlfriend experience bit, and she did everything to convince her fans that she was single, sleeping in voice calls with fans to prove that she wasn't dating.
Yo, hold up, I gotta look this up, bro.
Discord voice calls.
Okay, I gotta look this up. Listen, I have to see this because I really don't understand. Oh shoot. Thank goodness. Yokata. Don't. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What is her name? Gunpei. Okay then. So I need your help. You need my help with what, man? What do you need my help with?
To always be available, tweeting nonstop about how she was different from other VTubers who had secret boyfriends, and she did this for months. But then things started to change. She stopped sleep calling, she stopped hanging out in voice calls, and her tweets shifted from what users called pick-me bait to depression spirals. Her fans noticed something was off, and a male voice heard in one of her videos set all kinds of alarm bells off for them. However, she continued denying claims of a relationship while still taking donations. Her community, now paranoid and obsessed, started arguing over whether or not she was lying.
Paranoid.
The drama exploded into other VTuber communities. That's when Genesis Prism stepped in. Genesis Prism had been friends with Gunpei since early 2023, long before the GFE arc took off. She had seen the warning signs, Gunpei's history of impulsive decisions,
Alex is the guy, right?
And deep dependence on her audience. But she had stayed by her side, believing that supporting a friend meant accepting them as they were.
Nope,
From the
that's not what it
beginning,
means.
Gunpei had confided in Genesis about wanting to quit VTubing or restart under a new identity. She talked about feeling overwhelmed and often expressing frustration over how people perceived her. Genesis, knowing that Gunpei had a mental illness that contributed to mood swings, tried her best to be patient. They spoke daily at times, and despite everything,
you see what I mean, though, Bri? I'm telling you, Bri.
Every
time I hear that word, I'm gonna say, you see what I mean, Bri? I'm telling you. So every time you watch one of these videos, it's mentioned every single flipping time, without fail. Like, this is insane. But a cool thing about VTubing that I just thought of, I mean, I didn't just think of, but I'm pretty sure, people do this, is the fact that since nobody knows who you are and they just know you by your avatar, which is practically what it is, you can literally just create different VTubers and you can just be so many different people. Just wild, you know? But I guess, you know, that's what people do. The VTubers and such.
Seat. As Gunpei's GFE content
You're making so much
intensified,
progress.
Genesis found herself
Auntie
increasingly
Morgan.
shut out. While she
Auntie
was a
Naya, my
moderator
fault.
in Gunpei's server, she was locked out of most channels and barred from joining voice chats simply because she was a girl. Gunpei reassured her that this was to keep her away from the GFE heavy parts of the community. And at the time, Genesis took her word for it. What she didn't realize was just how deep the obsession in Gunpei's fanbase had become. Early on, Gunpei had also been very supportive of Genesis, even telling her viewers to check out her streams. But as Genesis' popularity grew, their relationship began to shift. By January, when Gunpei secretly entered a relationship and started withdrawing from her own community, some of her fans became suspicious. Instead of addressing their concern, she started banning anyone who questioned her, growing more paranoid with each passing day. As this paranoia took hold, the drama started spilling into Genesis' own server, where many of their shared viewers had migrated. Seeing this, Gunpei began demanding that Genesis ban people who had questioned her relationship status, despite the fact that they hadn't actually broken any of Genesis' rules. As Gunpei continued to isolate herself, she went as far as deleting her own voice chat channels and purging multiple members from her server. Naturally, many of these displaced members sought out a new place to socialize, and Genesis Discord became the most active alternative. At first, Genesis didn't think much of it. She wasn't offering GFE content, she was just a VTuber who liked streaming and hanging out with her audience, but to Gunpei, this was unacceptable. As more of Gunpei's former viewers spent time in Genesis' server, tensions escalated. The situation reached a breaking point when male viewers started hanging out in Genesis' voice chat. In the eyes of Gunpei's most obsessive fans, this was cheating. Then came the moment that changed everything. Gunpei pulled Genesis into a private group chat alongside her secret boyfriend Vaytrans, where she made a demand. She wanted Genesis to ban certain viewers who had left her community and moved to Genesis server, labeling them as schizos and insisting that they were a danger to her. One of them, an AFK paid mod who basically scammed her. And another, oh yeah, that guy posts enough Nazi stuff to get your Discord banned. Her brilliant solution? Just ban him, which... shouldn't she also be concerned about her own server then? Then came Eki, someone Gunpei claimed had made her feel unsafe about attending Offkai. He's the reason I'm not going to Offkai. He basically threatened my security. Now, legitimate safety concerns should always be taken seriously, but at this point, this was a pattern. There was always a new problem, there was always a new enemy, there was always some fresh drama conveniently keeping the attention on her. Genesis felt blindsided. These weren't...
So what do you need help with, Zero? Check out website on the draw. Alex leaning to her. Okay, so this is her. This is, who's this? This is Nova? No, this is... not Nova. Lotus. This is Lotus? So, she's sitting down, right? You gotta draw the chair or the table. You gotta draw the surface first. If I'm gonna draw a character sitting down, I gotta draw what they're sitting down on first, man. Just so it makes it easier to establish. So what do you want Alex doing? Leaning close to her. Yeah, but like leaning close to her, like how? She can hold his cheek? Wait, so oh, I see what you're trying to do. I see what you're trying to do. So this is like a this is like a spicy. You might as well ask Morgan. What you call it? What you coming to me for? I mean, it's not super spicy. So what you have is you have Alex. Nope, you have Lotus sitting down on like a crate or something. All right, she's sitting down here, legs here, down here, head here. Oh wow, look at that. It crashed. Oh wow, look at this is about to this is not even connected. Where's the charger? Alright. So there's the bass splits in thirds. And then this right here is Lotus. Yeah, but how is she? Okay, so there's a wall here in your imagination, I'm guessing, because there's no other way for her to be sitting like this or leaning like this. So she's leaning back. And her legs are going out here. And then knees, and then the rest of the leg going down here. And she has to have one arm stabilizing her. And then this is the other arm going out like this. And then her face, her head is like right here. And then Alex is like right here, right? Where is Alex? Is Alex in front of her? Next to her? Standing up, leaning down. Goofy family photo? Wait, what? Huh? What is the vision? What is the vision? Like, I can't see it anymore. Next to her, also like right here. So he's, oh, you said he's standing. So Alex is standing. Leaning down. So he's like this. He's like leaning down. Like so, and then hips back, and then this rib cage, and go in like this, and then the legs come down, leg come down, and then this arm, I mean, she'd have to put it up like this probably, no, because like thinking about like this, like if his head is like here, is that what you're trying to do? I'm trying to like this. It's confusing me. Where's your reference, sir? Where's your reference? Don't tell me you don't have one. But his head is like on her head. What? But his head is on her hand, the palm. Huh? Like, how is she sitting down? Is there a send me the reference and then I'll handle it. Reference? Don't you telling me you don't have a reference for this? Go look for a reference, Zura. Oh my, Zura just decided. You know what? I'm about to come up with something. Zura, go look for a reference.
Troublemakers, they were just regular viewers who had been watching her for a while. They hadn't caused problems, yet Gunpei wanted them erased from the space entirely. So when Genesis refused, Gunpei's behavior only became more erratic. At first, Genesis Brisk felt guilty about how things were unfolding. She confronts Gunpei, trying to clarify that she never intended to leech off Gunpei or steal her audience. She even says, "That does feel kind of bad, and that's never been my intention. I never told anyone to come watch me or join my server. All I ever did was try to lift you up." But here's the twist. Gunpei never actually believed Genesis was leeching off of her. Instead, she weaponized their friendship, guilt-tripping her fans into believing that Genesis was the reason for her declining numbers. It was just a convenient excuse for her to manipulate her community. Wow, what a nice thing to do to a friend. Jen even points it out, saying, "Guess I don't appreciate being used as the tool for that because it just fuels the hate towards me when I really didn't do anything but try and support." When Genesis started to have to deal with Gunpei's unhinged fan base as a result of Gunpei's action, on a few occasions, Genesis would bring this up to her. "Honestly, you would do so much better as a normal streamer who doesn't have to deal with schizos." Because, let's be real, Gunpei basically had a full-blown parasocial cult. Only her most zealous fans had remained after she had purged everybody else that would question her. Genesis acknowledged that Gunpei was making a lot of money from this, but yes, the money must be super nice and there are some cool people, but holy shit, do you have some psychotic members? And Gunpei? Time to Fansly Max. At another point, Genesis outright tells her, "This GFE shit just isn't cut out for you. You attract schizos, and like, massive schizos." And Gunpei, they're just lonely
What is a schizo?
By now, Genesis was mentally checked out. She was tired of the drama, the paranoia, and the never-ending cycle of chaos. She felt like it was only a matter of time before a massive crash out would happen. So she made a decision. She left Gunpei's server for good. And to stop the drama from bleeding into her own community, she decided to implement a hard rule in her own server. "I don't want any talk about Gunpei. I don't care if it's positive or negative. No talk at all. No shit talking, no praising, nothing. If I found out, it's an immediate ban. People have been trying to stir drama, and I'm quite honestly sick of it. If you're here to do that, you can leave yourself, and if I found out, you will be banned." But Genesis had one last piece of advice before she left. One final attempt to get Gunpei to see the reality of her situation. For your own mental sanity, it's probably better to rethink what you would want to do with content creation, because you can't avoid people watching other streamers, and those that don't will go schizo and send you screenshots of people in voice chat talking about a fucking game. And for a brief moment, Gunpei seems almost self-aware enough to acknowledge it. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dump all of this onto you and make you handle my drama." However, what happened next proved she had absolutely no remorse. The moment Genesis started gaining traction, pulling in more viewers and receiving donations, Gunpei lost it. She spiraled into an unhinged rant in her own Discord, launching a full-scale attack on the very person who had been in her corner from the start. She twisted their friendship into a betrayal story, claiming Genesis had love-bombed her despite their long history as close friends. And then came the real kicker, the jealousy-fueled meltdown over Genesis receiving donations. In Gunpei's mind, a VTuber who was open about having a boyfriend didn't deserve support. She ranted about people gifting things to a, quote, bitch with a boyfriend, and took it a step further, mocking
Why are androids so hard? No, androids aren't really. Oh, wait. Oh, androids. Because I'm thinking of cyborgs. Androids with all the metallic bits and stuff. I feel like if you were to just simplify it, you could be able to get some things done. You know, like understanding the parts that you want. So I want to see what it looks like though right now. If you don't mind, Morgan.
Genesis for not fully capitalizing on parasocial monetization. She outright suggested that if Genesis really cared about making money, she should break up with her boyfriend because there's, quote, nothing wrong with being jerk-off material. The irony
Oh my
was
gosh.
almost poetic. Gunpei had a
That is
secret
crazy.
boyfriend the entire time, yet she was furious that someone else who had been transparent about their relationship from the start was still thriving. It wasn't about morality or fairness, it was pure jealousy. For months, Genesis had quietly endured harassment from Gunpei's obsessive fanbase.
And then she
choosing
snapped.
not
She was
to
like,
escalate
"Hey,
things
you the
out
one
of
with that
respect
guy
and
over there?"
But waking up to multiple screenshots of Gunpei publicly smearing her and fueling even more harassment
What are you guys' thoughts
behind
on
her
that?
back made one thing clear. There was no
What are you
coming.
guys' thoughts on somebody that's in a relationship, doing the whole girlfriend experience thing, or vice versa, like a guy who has a girlfriend doing the boyfriend experience? What are you guys' thoughts on that? Or the other way? It's hard to say what she is. I used to say cyborg. I mean, Brian's the one who told me it's cyborg because that's why it's cyberpunk, and cyber is human plus machine, but android is all machine. And I got confused because in Dragon Ball, Android 17 and 18 are humans mixed with parts, you know. I'll send it over. I'm out the door. What? Oh, okay. You talking about your character? Come on, stop glitching on me. You know what I'm gonna do? Hold up. What I'm gonna do right now? I'm going to go here. Yes, I know. I wanna hope this fixes it so it doesn't crash again. Go here. I'm gonna go here. And I'm gonna go here. And then I'm gonna do this. And then I'm going to do this. And then I'm gonna do. Wait, what? I said incorrect. There you go. I was about to say, hold up, did I change it and forget? Usually media makes the interchangeable. Oh yeah. Okay. But yeah, what was the thing? I don't know.
Back from this. So she had two choices. Either stay silent and continue being a scapegoat for as long as Gunpei needed someone to blame, or expose the truth, leak the DMs confirming that Gunpei had a boyfriend
Oh
the
yeah.
entire time.
Oh yeah.
finally
So what do you
putting
guys think about somebody who's in a relationship doing the whole experience thing, like boyfriend and or girlfriend experience? What do you guys think about that? Like, what do you truly think? Like, how would you feel if you were dating somebody and they did this, right? Like, how would you feel? I don't know if I want that arm to be there. I might not put it there. But seeing how the chest overlaps like that gives me some ideas. See, this is why we gotta keep drawing, because we keep learning things. Like I said, I never drew a pose in this angle right here, but I feel like it turned out well, you know? You know what I'm saying? It looks like the same, you know what I'm saying? Same angle, just different. Like her leg is up, folded like this. Her leg is up, folded like that. You know what I'm saying? It's so similar. You can't find a reference? What do you mean you can't find a reference? You can't find a reference of a girl sitting down and a guy standing up? Zero, you gotta understand this. When you're looking for references, you can mix references, right? So if you know you want to draw a character sitting down and a character standing up, find a picture of a person sitting down, and then find another picture of a person standing up. Hopefully you can find one in a similar angle. So if you see somebody sitting down in like a 3/4, then hopefully you can find somebody standing up in a 3/4. Right? And then you can put them near each other. And then you can adjust the arms, making sure the arm has the head in it.
An end to the hypocrisy.
So basically she is leaning on a couch. He is next to her, leaning over the couch. Her hand is on his cheek. She's leaning on a couch? Like, looking at the pose you have, how the heck? Because she's... Okay, I can see her sitting... Hold on, let me go to the picture again. Okay, so, like, I can see... Okay, she's leaning on a couch. But, like, how's the couch? Like, what kind of... Like, what? Like, I'm trying to think, like... Is it one of the couch, like an actual couch? That's bad. Is it like an actual couch? Like, it's not hard to visualize. It's not hard to visualize it when it's already in your mind. If it's not in my mind, how am I supposed to visualize it? Ooh. Oh, this character you did. Morgan, you're doing way too much. Morgan over here drawing the heart. I mean, actually, she does have her heart exposed here, so I guess you do need to draw that, huh? Oh my goodness, Morgan. I mean, I feel like you got it. You got everything so far. Three-quarter-ish angle. She's sitting down, leaning on the back of the couch. Okay. So, when somebody's sitting down, right? So, she's sitting down on the couch. She is leaning back on the back of the couch, right? Okay? And here, she's also leaning back on the back of the couch. I mean, this one, she's kind of like twisting and doing that. But, excuse me. She's leaning back. He is standing up. Right? He is leaning over the couch. Yeah. Can you find a picture of a girl sitting leaning on a couch? Look that up. Look up a girl sitting leaning on a couch, and look up the one that's closest to the one that you're envisioning.
Driven harassment. In the end, the choice was obvious. The harassment wasn't going to stop unless the illusion Gunpei had crafted was shattered. Instead of a public leak, Genesis shared proof with 2 questioning viewers. When they confronted Gunpei, she panicked. Within hours, her Discord server was gone. Her Twitter account was deactivated. Everything she had built, every carefully controlled lie, came crashing down in an instant. And if getting exposed by her own friend wasn't bad enough, things somehow got even worse. A group of ex-friends or ex-fans and disgruntled community members decided to take things a step further. They built an entire website dedicated to exposing her. An entire museum of receipts. There was screenshots of her DMs, clips of her racist remarks, soundboards of her unhinged moments, audio recording of her love-bombing fans, evidence of her manipulating fans for money, you name it. Now here's the wildest part. Some of the archives, her old content, her selfies, and even personal posts were originally collected by Gunpei herself. She had been hoarding her own history for years through her Zuba account. That's why she's even listed as one of the contributors to the website. But the leaks, the recent DMs, the private conversations, etc., those were new, and they were added on top of the archives. Her past and present had officially collided. At this point, there was no coming back. If there was any doubt left about Gunpei's secret relationship, the leaked screenshots shut it down completely. Buried in the messages was undeniable proof that she had been seeing someone behind the scenes. The exact thing she had constantly mocked other content creators for. Here Gunpei introduces her boyfriend Veitrans to her friend Jen. Additionally, leaked receipts confirmed that while Gunpei was still taking donations from fans who saw her as their virtual girlfriend, she was secretly using that money to buy her boyfriend expensive gifts, including a high-end 3D
Naya. let's just never mind.
Dio ASMR mic and audio interface worth hundreds to thousands of dollars. Her fans were not only paying for her content, but also funding her entire relationship. In another instance, Genesis checks in on Gunpei, asking how she's doing, and Gunpei responds, "Yes, I love him. He wants to manager LARP me. We made so many spreadsheets," which really makes this.
Listen, I'm not even gonna lie. I could not be in a relationship with a girl who does this. This girl, you saw the video? I don't even want to play what she said. This girl said to that guy, "Yeah, I want you to send me these pictures," and like, what? Even if she's like, "Hey, no, just don't worry. I'm actually, I'm just doing this just for the." No, that's not flying. I don't care how much money she's making off of this. I don't care about none of that. That ain't gonna fly. I'm just curious. I don't know what this is.
Old tweet from her hit differently in hindsight. From a ruthless businesswoman perspective, it's pointless to network with other female VTubers who have their boyfriends as their managers because they don't know jack shit and there's practically zero useful conversations to be held. Not only that, but the leaks show just how aware Gunpei was of the consequences if her audience ever found out about her secret boyfriend. In one conversation, she openly admitted, "Not gonna tell my community I'm at TwitchCon, they will kill me for having a boyfriend." To this, Genesis, who had never marketed herself as a GFE streamer, responds, "Yeah, that's fine. I never really said anything about my relationship status, but then again, I'm not a GFE streamer anyways." And then Gunpei, in what can only be described as a complete lack of self-awareness, says, "Me neither." She doubled down, trying to justify her situation by claiming, "I got groomed by Vatrons." She then adds, "He seduced me too hard. He kept writing me love letters. I swear I'm not schizo." So
Oh
let's
my!
get
What
to
the heck is
the
schizo?
woman who built her entire
Somebody tell me. They keep saying like there's like I guess there's just so many internet words. Okay, like what is schizo? I thought it meant Oh my gosh, this is a dope style. I thought it meant what I think it meant. Oh, okay, thank you for explaining. Because I generally thought something was wrong with her. Oh, I thought you were about to say crazy. Okay, that's what I thought it meant, like something like that. But I thought now I was gonna say, oh, I thought something was wrong with me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yo, yo, I gotta switch the batteries. You see, this is why I hate wireless mice. Yo, I gotta change the batteries for this mouse. I'm not even kidding. It is like
entire identity on not being like the other GFE girls who have secret boyfriends and who mocked other creators saying, "Just make your viewers fall in love with you and don't have a boyfriend in secret," was doing exactly just that. Oh, the irony. As the news spread, Gunpei's fans were split between shock, anger, and bitter realization. One of her longtime supporters went to Twitter to vent his frustration. "I supported you even when everyone but your community hated you. Yet it seems like you don't give a shit about anyone. I'm not one to take the whole GFE thing that seriously. I genuinely enjoyed my time with you, and I do wish you the best going forward." Someone quickly
he
responds,
said he didn't take it that seriously. I mean, I feel like he kind of did a little bit. Before you crash out, what the? You crash out then. Before I crash out. But I think he kind of does, low key, kind of have an issue. So couch sitting. Why the heck is he so far? Like, how the heck? Okay, so like what is happening in this image? Like, what is happening in this picture? What is happening? I thought when you put art reference, you found a picture. What is happening in this picture? I don't understand. She is sitting down. He's standing here. What is like going on? What is going on? Like, what is the story being told in this picture? Yo, I gotta hold up, bro. I'm about to. He's leaning right behind the couch. Give me a second. I'm about to. I gotta get some batteries. Give me 1 second, cause this mouse isn't working. So how y'all doing today? Not too bad, night. How you doing? I'm gonna crash out because Zo makes my head hurt. Nice as how we doing you? Oh, yes, absolutely. But it's okay. I'm used to it. I have a hot topic. What's your hot topic, Morgan? It's their own fault for sending her money, even though she's a. Some girls actually. I know. It's 100% their fault. 100%. 100%. It's not a hot topic. It's 100% their fault. Listen, she found a glitch. She found a money glitch, and she started using it. She found a money glitch, and she started using it. So, hey, whose fault is it really?
Sorry to tell you this, but it was obvious she was just using her fans for monetary gain and didn't care about her fans. And the fan clearly heard defended himself. What proof do you have to call this obvious? The reason I got into her to begin with was because she felt closer to me than my IRL girlfriend at the time. She definitely acted like she cared from when I first
my gosh. Oh my gosh. So this man had his own girl at the crib, or wherever she was at. And he was like, she just said the right things. Like, she told me to send pictures, and she said anything I wanted, and I just... This man, listen. This man is truly down bad. He's truly Zora. This is Zora speaking right now. Maybe not, but maybe so. Wait, actually, hold up. I'll be right back again. My fault. I need to get something. Apologies. And it crashed again, didn't it? All right, I'm back. Had a real girlfriend and still salty. Exactly, Morgan. He was set. He was set. Was there a kid in strays today? Third time I'm caught strays today, by the way. Welcome back. What's up? You Alright, let's go. Check references again. Oh snap. Yo. I might actually cry, man, seeing this. All right, so she's sitting down where David is, and he's standing behind her. The reason I asked what the story is, cause like, just to make me picture this a little bit better, you know, like what's happening in the scene.
And until she stopped doing the sleep calls. For many of Gunpei's diehard fans, this was
Wait. What?
girlfriend at the time. She definitely acted like she cared from when I first joined until she stopped doing the sleep call.
Listen. Hot take. I'm on Morgan's side right now. Hot take. This guy's cheating. Listen, obviously you can say there's different levels of cheating. Listen. This man got a whole girl. This man is sleeping with a girl, like not in real life, but like on the phone as she's talking to him to sleep. What? There's some weird stuff going on. Obviously he's not like actually cheating, but like there's some weird stuff in there. Like imagine, right? You just come home and your girl's there, and then she's on the phone. You're like, who the heck are you talking to? Right? She's like, shh. She meets her real fast. She's like, hey, be quiet. I'm on a call. And then she just starts talking. Yeah. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? Man, I'm telling you right now, that's the day. Pack my bags. And I leave. As she told me to, I'm going to quietly pack my bags and I'm out. She ain't going to see me again. She'll be like, where are you? I'm like, Nah. What? This is crazy. Help you draw it? So you want it in this angle now? Well, Zura. Quite easy when you think about it. Because once you see the hips, Zura, right? So Alex is sitting down, right? Just like I have with this one, really. In that angle. So you draw your couch out. I recommend you draw it first. You don't have to do anything crazy. But just understand where she's sitting. Right? So this is where Alex is sitting. The bottom of the hips are here. And then this is the top of the head right here. We're going to follow that to get our thirds. To know the proportions for her. Right? So she's here. And then you can obviously put her legs and her knees out, depending on, other factors and stuff. I don't know how she's going to be sitting. And then this is where her shoulders are, her rib cage. Make sure it fits here. Right here is like where the hips go. Right, let's get the center, why not? Where the hips go, her head goes here. Shoulders go below, and then like this, and then his head is here. How the heck is his head there? He must be leaning a whole lot, unless like he's leaning like this, elbows on the chair like this. I guess she can technically bring her arm up higher, because I thought you had her like this, but she can bring her arms up higher. So like, if his shoulders go down like this, elbow, his head is like right here. His arms. Something like that. And then she's like, Lotus is sitting. Yeah, I know Lotus is sitting. Did I say one of their names wrong? But hot take. She can be considered the same label of a cheater, but if Her boyfriend was fully aware. And yeah. I mean, yeah, if he's fully aware, of course not. Of course not. Where you can see her legs is basically this, but a different angle where you can see her. You can still see her legs, but you want this exact pose, but a different angle where you can see his legs. If that's the case, then you have to be behind or sideways, because even at a 3/4 angle with how big this couch is, her being here, I mean him being here, you won't be able to see his legs. I mean, unless you flip it to this angle, or if you flip him on a different side and then she's using her left arm. It crashed again. It's crashing so frequently here now. I don't know why. Yeah, so if it's like this, there's no way you're seeing his legs. You'd have to be sideways or this couch. But the thing is, like, how is he leaning so far down? So he just bent, like that's the thing that's throwing me off. That's why I want you to look up a pose for him, because how are you seeing this? Because I'm trying to think of like how is he naturally going down? Like naturally. This man go be like, his back go be like broke practically. If he doesn't have something to rest on.
For many of Gunpei's diehard fans, this was a brutal wake-up call. But for others, this was exactly what they expected. As the situation went viral again, plenty of old viewers came forward to say that they had seen it coming for months. Some recalled how they had warned her about the dangers of leaning too hard into GFE content. Others brought up
You gotta
her
take a picture
hypocrisy,
of
pointing
yourself.
how
Perfect.
she ruled
Do
her
that.
server with an
That's
iron
what she did.
fist,
I'm not doing.
mocking
Listen,
other streamers for doing
listen. This is
exactly
why you need references in the first place. But Zura in his mind has a perfect reference, right? So every single thing that I do is not exactly how it's pictured in Zura's mind. Zura, you got this. Just close your eyes, take a picture of that image you have in your head, and draw it. That's all you got to do. Because this picture apparently doesn't exist nowhere. First of all, no. Remember what I told you about the app? Go on that app and then make your own pose. I bet you can perfectly do it. There's like a couch. You can put the couch. You can have her sitting there. You can make the pose perfectly.
Doing. And of course, many pointed back to her infamous boyfriend tweet, where she smugly claimed, "Just make your viewers fall in love with you and don't have a boyfriend in secret." Now, she was living proof of why that advice was terrible. And just when you thought it couldn't get more ridiculous, there was this. After everything had gone down, Gunpei repurposed a form to be a boyfriend application. Yes, really. With questions such as, are you a virgin? What are the dimension of your genitals? And how often do you gump? Like, what the actual hell? Moving on. At the time
This
of
girl
writing
is
this
crazy,
review,
bri.
Gunpei is back on social media. This time under the hashtag reformed. But has anything actually changed? Not really. She's been active on her alt account called Diet Coke, where she's fully leaned into her not safe for work content hustle. And if there was any doubt that it's actually her, she linked the account to her own throne wishlist, confirming that, once again, with her, it's business as usual. Thank you so much for watching. Huge shout out to
I'm about to go lie, Naya. And Naya. Why am I getting? Oh no, you're not getting yelled at. You're not getting yelled at. If you feel like you're being yelled at, Naya, I apologize. I'm just, talking loud. But Naya's now making. I feel like it is pretty excessive. Since Naya said, I feel like something's wrong. It's kind of going pretty crazy. Now that I see. Okay, let's leave this. Yo, this thing is like still messing up.
Akai Hato is the strongest idol in the world, a feet connoisseur, and a 5-star Michelin chef. Trust me on that one, you won't get food poisoning from eating her cooking. After all, she's eating everything she's cooked on stream so far, and she's still kicking. Well, except for that one time.
Ugh!
But Hato, also known as her Menhera alter ego Hachama, is more than just a
No, I was
culinary
joking.
genius. She's a master of chaos, regularly blessing our Twitter feed with eyebrow-raising tweets. Her path to stardom has been
What kind of-
anything but easy. From the Taiwan controversy to battling serious health issues and being stuck in a foreign country
James
during
Cole,
very
I've never
formative
seen
years, Hato has
that
faced
before.
challenges that would
I don't
break
know.
lesser idols. She's lacked the support system enjoyed by other Japanese VTubers and even access to facilities
Are you talking about
provided by HoloLive. Yet,
the
she
videos that we're
emerged
watching
as
right
the
now?
VTuber Hachama we know today. Is it schizophrenia or simply a stroke of genius? Let's find out today. Akai Hato, the Japanese virtual YouTuber associated with HoloLive, is a fascinating case study in the VTuber world. Debuting as part of HoloLive's first generation alongside Yozora Mel, Aki Rosenthal, Natsuhiro Matsuri, and Shirakami Fubuki,
I don't know none of
Hato
them.
initially presented a demure, sesso or pure image, the quintessential cute VTuber. However, her journey is anything but typical, especially considering she was one of the 2 underage VTubers ever hired by HoloLive. While most teenagers would be focused on parties and friends and shopping, Hato's extracurricular activities revolved around streaming, being a VTuber, and working.
ZoFongです. Let me introduce myself today. My name is Hato Akai.
Born in Japan, she traveled to
Okay.
Australia to study as a high school student, living far from her family and facing the challenges of balancing adulting and studying. She was thrust into the spotlight, experiencing a rapid rise to fame, only to
Okay.
be stuck in a foreign country away from everybody that she loved during the pandemic. This period, filled with loneliness, pressure, and the anxieties of a global crisis, undoubtedly shaped Hato, for better or for worse. But to truly understand Hato's force of character, we first gotta look into the experience that made her into who she is today. Because before joining Hololive, Hato studied abroad in the Philippines in a high school that her dad described as it would be strict just like a jail.
最初に行ったのは
So they all kind of move like
フィリ
that.
ピンに留学した時になんか
Oh my goodness. Actually, you know, never mind. I'm not even gonna do it. Nah, I might. Never mind. Yeah, let's just continue.
でもない学校に入れさせられてお父さんになんかお父さんがこうなんか今日からお前はこの学校に入れって言われてでなんかお父さんの説明も説明なんだけれどもいやこの学校はなんか厳しくて牢獄のような学校だから気を引き締めろよって言われてそんななんかそんななんかすごい学校なのって思いながら言って
While she was there, she was hospitalized due to food poisoning from the water and wasn't fluent enough in English to even carry a conversation.
フィリピンに行った時に入院したことあって、フィリピンに行った時に
Oh, she was in the
お
Philippines.
腹がねえぐれた
Dang, from the water.
えぐれたは言い過ぎた普通になんだろうお腹なんかねあれダメなのフィリピンの水飲んだらダメなんだよ危なくてそれで入院することになって
She retells the story, even going to say that while she was saying goodbye to her parents, she was taken to that school like she was.
I'm curious. This is my first time actually seeing. Be easy on me. Yeah, it's something else. Zura, listen to me when I speak. Okay, so the couch. Okay, you said you want the couch this way, right? You said 3/4 ish, and this is ish of a 3/4, right? Don't even know how long this couch is, but I'm thinking of a couch. You said she's sitting here and he is standing behind the couch. Regardless, you won't go see no legs unless the couch. First of all, let's just remove the couch. There's no couch no more, okay? I have a perfect idea for you. Remove couch. There's no couch. Have a bench. All right? And then maybe like a little gate in the back or something. Okay? Or like a thing in the back. So that if you want a 3/4, then you can have his legs out here. Because even if he's leaning back, how you want to see both of his legs? Is this a see-through couch? Is this a transparent couch?
Was kidnapped, and when when she got there, she was horrified to find that it actually did look like a prison, surrounded by tall like stone walls much like the Berlin Wall, and then another layer of barbed fence. This would be enough to scare off any teenager.
バイバイして
First of
なん
all,
か車に連れ去られるよ
like the thing that's the thing. This is the thing. This, if anything, this is the thing that's kind of throwing me off. Why does it have to exactly be that way? Because it's like I feel like you're trying to die on this hill. Like she has to be on a couch. He has to be leaning over the couch. His head has to be in her palm, and his legs need to be showing. Oh, you just need help with the leaning pose? Okay, just say that. So if you want a leaning pose from the front, if you want a leaning pose from the front, right? What you'll do, get the head, do like a curve to try to find that lean, right? Obviously get the hips and everything, but you have to think about how far is this person leaning, trying to keep it to make sense. But with the thing that you have right here, it looks like you have, but the thing is, that's why it's not even going to work, because depending on how tall Alex is, you're doing it, and that's a counter right there, right? So that's a lot higher than a typical thing, than a typical couch. So like now, if that's the case, then this couch is tall as heck. That's a toe switch. No, I was just trying to do like a stick man. I think they fighting or something is happening. My biggest issue is the fact that Zura is trying to draw something that he doesn't know what it looks like. Because Zura didn't have a reference, but now Zura took a reference. And now it's just a whole bunch of stuff. Nah. Because Zura knows what this looks like, right? Zura knows what it looks like in his mind. But he's unable to put it down, which is valid. It happens to us all, you know. But he's just not trying to, you know, get it done, like finding a reference. That's what I'm trying to say. I put through this to try to find some dragon wings. But yeah, Zura, just honestly, because he's leaning forward, how I would do it is, obviously, you know how I see like a box as the rib cage for like certain angles, especially since we're doing a 3/4 ish angle and he's leaning forward. We're going to see the top of this box because he's leaning forward, and we're going to go back down this way, but he's not leaning too far forward. And then we're going to draw a box for the top of the hips that we can see, like so. And then we come down, and then we obviously make the box, and then have the shoulder coming down, elbow, legs. Arm. Other leg. And other leg. And this is where your couch is that you said. And this is where she sits. And this is where her shoulders, arm, up, and his head. And his body. Her body. Oh crap. Look up a reference, trace the pose. No, Morgan, no. Zura doesn't want to do that.
方にその学校に連れてかれて、で学校に着いたで学校の校門みたいなの見たら本当に牢獄みたいなの。もうなんていうのかしら、こうなんかすごい鉄じゃなくて石のこう壁がグワーってなってて、でもすんごい高い壁になってるのよ。ベルリンの壁的な感じ。しかもそれだけじゃ収まらずに、そのベルリンの壁みたいな壁の上にさらに有線鉄線有刺鉄線ちょっとよくわからないんだけど、それもついてて。
Not only that, but the plates onto which the meals were served were steel plates, as well as the cups, just like a real prison. In one area of the buffet, the students need to get their rice portion off a mountain of rice that's placed on top of a board, with all kind of flies and bugs flying around it, which would follow her around while she ate. Flies as big as her thumb. Perhaps this is the reason why Hato has such a high tolerance for cursed food nowadays. In fact, Hato does credit her unwavering stomach strength to the unhygienic food habits encountered during her school days.
How? You get food poisoning. Food poisoning? I never food poisoning. I drink something water. Maybe that's why I went to the hospital. you even went to the hospital? What? I went to hospital, and after that my stomach become strongest.
On one occasion, she desired to enjoy her cup ramen in the comfort of her room, seeking to escape the unappealing dormitory cafeteria. However, to her dismay, they did not provide chopsticks, leaving her with no option but to resort to an unconventional utensil, her toothbrush. to consume her meal. In her account, she describes
That's
the
crazy.
restrictions imposed on her during her time at the school. As a minor under the age of 18, she was not permitted to leave the school grounds without the accompaniment of an adult. This confinement left her feeling trapped and stifled. When she complained about it to her father, he suggested she simply made friends with someone over 18 to circumvent this rule, which
No,
further
that's a
compounded
dumb
her
idea.
frustrations. Moreover, the constant need to be vigilant against thieves and scammers disrupted her sleep, adding to her overall discomfort. Despite these challenges, Hato does not dwell on the past with bitterness. She makes the most out of every situation and still cherishes the memories of going shopping with friends, enjoying Jollibee, and savoring the delicious sugary breakfast bread she had every morning at that school. Later on, Hato expressed her desire to see kangaroos, and so she traveled to study abroad in Australia this time. There she had a chaotic experience, staying at 3 different homes and moving twice. Looking back, she describes this time as the toughest period of her life, often breaking down and crying on stream. During this time, she had no food and she survived solely on kimchi and energy drinks. And I mean, same! After a few months in Australia, Hato was recruited by Hololive and made her debut in June 2018. Juggling school activities and her VTubing career proved to be extremely challenging for Hato. Thing is, her boarding house was extremely far from school, so she had to wake up really early every morning to get there on time, which is also the reason why she started her morning shows. But because she also didn't want to be late for her morning shows, this just meant that she would put all-nighters just so she could pull off streaming and going to school at the same time. Some problems also arise with the household children she lived with, as she was often shut in her room to stream while they wanted her to play with them, which led to some awkward moments where they would sometimes badmouth her singing in English and she had to pretend she couldn't understand. She attributes this reason as to why she's not confident in her singing or even English skills, but also the main reason for motivating her to work even harder on these skills. And even through this difficult time, Hato would take every single opportunity she could to use her school's computer to further advance her streaming career. If she had a spare moment, she would work on her thumbnails, plan stream
she was
content,
grinding.
work on her English, or check out the game she would play later on her stream. She described her VTubing activities as a way to escape reality. While most viewers want to escape reality by watching her, she did the same by streaming to them. She often expressed feeling sad, lonely, and all by herself, yet Hato never gave up. And it paid off, because on September 1st, 2019, she finally reached the 100,000 subscriber milestone and started to experiment a lot more with her content, while sometimes flying back to Japan for 3D streams and to eat lots of...
Have you heard of Funamos and the drums? No, I do not know who that is. Is this some more VTuber stuff? Give me a second. Let me see if I can. See. I mean, I don't know if I have, because I don't remember names of these VTubers. Yeah, I don't know. Controversies. Triggering content. What? I do not know this person. It sounds like a spaceship is out there. Alright, I'm gonna click on it right after this.
of noodles. But as every good thing has to come to an end, she unfortunately had to fly back to Australia eventually. 2019 is the year where we started seeing signs of the birth of Hachama, although not officially. To put this in context, Hato is the Japanese pronunciation of the English word heart. Notably, Hachama takes the Japanese initials of Hato and ends her name with Chama, a combination of the Japanese honorific chan, meaning small, often used to imply cuteness or endearment, especially around children, and sama, used to imply power or superiority. Hato, initially known as Hato-sama, felt the nickname was a bit too formal, so in one of her streams, she spun a yarn about her sister calling her Hachama, but it slowly crept back. During the 2020 Hololive New Year stream, Okayu started screaming Hachama whenever Hato messed up, and the name caught on. My wife, Marine, later helped popularize the nickname, which would eventually become synonymous with Hato's chaotic alter ego.
Oh my god.
Crazy to think that Marine would later go on to say she used to look up to Hachama as the perfect idol.
ホロライブ運営のね、マネージャーがね、アイドルのお手本としてと、ね、船長のデビュー当初はアイドルのお手本として挙げられてたんですよ。わかったわかった。
When March of 2020 came in, the lockdown happened, and it was a very traumatic time for many people in the world, but even more so for Hato, who was stuck alone in Australia. It was during this time that she began to push the boundaries towards crazier content that Hachama is known for today. There she faced several challenges. In one of the homes she lived in, she streamed from the basement for both soundproofing reasons and anonymity. But that also came with a pitfall, the ones of having bugs fall from the ceiling onto her during live streams.
Oh my gosh.
That's literally my worst nightmare. Hold up, is that why Hachama started eating bugs on stream? Sometimes she had to live with bad internet, no support from the Japanese facilities the other girls enjoyed, so that also meant no 3D streams and no direct access to personnel in case there's technical difficulty or even just emotional support, not to mention the difference in time zone, which made it incredibly for her to collab with her other gen mates. And whether it be as a form of coping mechanism, as a kind of mind break episode, or as a creative way to express herself, the first glimpse of Hachama's true nature emerged at that time during a Getting Over It playthrough stream. Hato, using her feet to play the game and giving up midway, paused for a moment to take a sniffa off their scent.
ちょっとここで一旦やってみたいことがあった。ちょっとここで一旦ちょっと自分の足の匂いを嗅いでみましょう。くんかくんか。
What? Oh my god. Man, like, never mind.
She later admitted to enjoying sniffing them, solidifying her reputation as a feet connoisseur. This wasn't just a one-time occurrence either. The same day, she had another drawing stream where she used the feet to try and draw some Hololive members, proving that feet are not just for smelling, but for art too. Interestingly enough, her first use of the greeting Hachama-chama instead of her usual Oharush was also during a Getting Over It stream, which featured the iconic Hachama opening theme song composed by Red Alice. It's almost as if the game itself triggered her transformation into Hachama. Hachama then held an iconic press conference to announce her love for her own feet, declaring them smelly to the world. She then proceeded to review foot-related videos sent by her fans, the Hotons. From that point on, Hachama's content became wilder and more unrestrained, embracing the absurd. She hosted R18+ lewd illustrations review streams and even released short clips that were nonsensical, even to her Japanese viewers.
いやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやこの顔がすごいいい。ごめんなさい。ちゃまちゃま。
Her
Oh
ASMR
my
streams,
God.
often unarchived for obvious reasons, were equally bizarre and captivating. Her cursed cooking streams also became a staple, from dark matter pancakes to throwing bugs into her ramen to her world-famous gyoza. Hachama proved her stomach is on another power level completely. And to solidify her penchant for her new persona, she changed her YouTube channel to Hachama channel, fully cementing the existence of her chaotic alter ego. But she would later flip-flop between Hato and Hachama depending on who she felt the most strongly about, keeping audiences constantly on their toes. Funnily enough, she later on reveals in an interview with Kiara that her crazy content started after she got demonetized because some of her ASMR videos were considered sexual by nature. Crazy how we're now in 2024 and the same thing is still happening on YouTube. I guess some things never change. But this did not deter Hato. Instead of breaking down and feeling demotivated, she doubled down and you could say she started her anime villain arc there. And Hachama was thus born.
そうなの。まあ、ハーチャムはセンスじゃないね。
Her demonetization is also the reason why Hato has a second sub-channel called Akai Hato Sub. She actually streamed on that channel and her first stream there took place on December 12th, where she jokingly presented herself as a rookie VTuber, kind of like a newbie with plans to update both channels. But when in a twist of fate, Hato's main channel was remonetized in January 2021, the sub-channel was then rebranded and renamed to Hachama Dark Web Channel. The archive of that channel were mostly privated, but it became a dedicated space for uploading shorts for her, and this channel is still up to this day. Hato's dedication to improve her Japanese and English also deserves a serious mention in this video. After all, English-speaking VTubers of this scale were incredibly rare at the time. While fans often attribute the bridge between the English fandom and the Japanese VTuber fandom to Kiryu Coco, Coco actually admitted that the reason why she joined Hololive was because of Akai Hato. So in fact, Hato was the first to popularize the international VTuber trend. Hato really took the time to perfect both languages. She would plan streams learning Kenji and also tried to interact with her English viewers as much as she could, which is why she has such a large English fan base now and why she often takes the time to release both an English and a Japanese version of her statement when needed. In 2020, she accomplished another huge milestone by participating in the first Hololive Fest Nonstop Story. 2020, however, was marked by a large political controversy to the scale the VTuber industry had never seen before. In a stream just like any other, Hachama thanked her viewers while streaming her YouTube analytics, which displayed Taiwan as a separate country. A fatal mistake in the eyes of one country's citizens. Not even a day later, Kiryu Coco repeated Hato's mistake. And this, among a few other events
Oh my gosh,
the situation, created a large outrage from Chinese netizens due to the very long political history and tension between China and Taiwan, who boycotted Hololive and harassed the livers. I'm not going to go all over the events in details again because it's already been covered at length in my Kiryu Coco video, so feel free to check it out for a refresher. On September 27, she and Kiryu Coco were officially suspended for 3 weeks by Hololive, preventing them from doing streaming and Twitter activities following the controversy. The biggest problem was Cover Corp releasing different statements that showed discrepancies between the English, Japanese, and Chinese version. While the English version had no mention of the One China policy, the Chinese statement seemed to cater to Chinese audiences and stated that Cover Corp
I saw
firmly
it,
supported the One China principle. This greatly angered fan base from both sides who felt like they were being lied to by the company. The Chinese,
so he's a lot
felt
shorter than her, huh?
legitimate, but Hololive was not taking the
I thought he was
issue
taller than
seriously
her.
enough and wanted harsher sanctions on both Kiryu Coco and Akai Hato. Meanwhile, the English and Japanese fan base felt lied to by Cover Corp and felt like they were bending the knee to China. Cover Corp was then later forced to address and apologize the following statement and eventually departed from China, although it seems like they're slowly coming back now. The way both Kiryu Coco and Hato reacted to the controversy was also very different, which triggered different level of angers from the Chinese netizens. When Coco finally came back from her suspension, she had an unapologetic attitude.
He is taller? Yeah, but she looks taller than him.
And she ended her stream with a cheeky message to her haters. Fuck you and never come back. On the other hand, Hato took a very different approach. She returned with a tearful apology and seemed eager to avoid drama from now on.
なんかまあ だまだ未熟なところもあるし、なんかね、人生経験のがもう全然なくて、なんかいろいろ突っ走っちゃうこともあるけど、まあ、今回の失敗もちゃんと糧にして。
And Hato already had an established audience on Bilibili. She benefited from more goodwill from Chinese audience who knew her, unlike
Oh,
younger
she's smart. She's
Coco,
not playing with her
who
money.
Chinese aunties only saw through the lens of this controversy. Unfortunately for Coco, the harassment escalated and even spilled out to other members of Hololive. A few months after the dust settled from the Taiwan incident, Coco announced her graduation on July 1st, 2021, leaving fans heartbroken and bewildered. Whether her decision was directly related to the controversy remains a mystery. There was definitely a couple months of not exactly peace per se, since we've documented Auntie's harassment up until June, such as this one I'll display on screen, but where things became more bearable before she graduated. Nonetheless, it is clear this experience left its mark. After all, it would leave a mark on anybody. What is relevant here is that Hato was racked with guilt and blamed herself for Coco's graduation, as she was the one who initially shared her analytics, inadvertently sparking the entire ordeal.
不注意でさ、アネレティクスなんて載せなければ何もなかったのにって。
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. He's leaning really far. No, I understand he's leaning really far, but still. Because, like, with how long her legs are and how, like, the proportions, no matter how far you make his legs, it will still seem that she's taller than him. She didn't know, attacked her over, called Taiwan a country. Yeah. Yeah, she got attacked because it put Taiwan separate. Crazy. I'm trying here. I'm really trying. No, I'm not saying. No, I'm just making you understand. Because it's typically, I mean, usually, what I, like, you know, handle the situation is that you made her legs a little too long. So, like, cut her legs back. You see? No, hold on. Wait a second. You changed the pose. So they're posing for a picture? What? You see, this is the thing, Nye. Listen, Nye, I'm about to listen. Zero was talking about crashing out. I think I'm crashing out now. This is the thing. All right. So I said what? So what's the thing of this? Like, what's going on in the picture? What is going on in the picture? He said, she's sitting down and he put his hand on her. She has her hand on the chin, and I was like, she has her hand on her chin. What's going on? What's the point of this picture? Like, what's going on, right? And then now he showed me a picture, right? That's referencing what he wants, but the picture isn't like her hand is on her cheek, on his cheek, right? So I'm like, oh, so the hand's on the cheek. Okay, so now I see his hand is up, her hand's up. So they posing for a picture? First of all, why do you need it to be 3/4 if they're posing for a picture? Where's this cameraman at? This cameraman, you know what? Let me calm down. All right, so, okay. Let me calm down. So, okay. All right. So, this drawing is of Lotus and Alex posing for a picture. Okay. Alex is sitting down. Nope. Lotus is sitting down. Alex is behind her. And they're taking a picture. Alright? So, like, where is this location? Are they inside of a house? Like, and if they're posing for a picture, why is the cameraman over here? Because I feel like if they're posing for the picture, they'd be, you know what? And first of all, why? Never mind. Listen. Hey, I'm just here to. All right. So yeah. So if you're trying to do that, just make her legs a little bit shorter. Right, and then because the thing is, he has to be higher up too. Because even if he's bending so far forward, at this point, the only way for it to make sense is if he's like kneeling behind the couch. But it's like, you know what? All right. They at the racetrack. What the heck is the couch then? Lotus just want to race. If they just want to race, why are they sitting on the couch? Why don't listen? If they just want to race, why don't they both stand? Or she's sitting, he's standing. The photographer PG, yeah, but from like where? Why is there a couch? All right, let's just continue this video. It's kind of getting sad. She's crying because she made a mistake. Okay, all right. I'm about to get copyrighted. Let me what am I gonna do? I don't know. This is sad. This is sad. I meant she's sitting on top of. You meant she's sitting on top of a car. Oh my gosh! Listen. You guys saw me. I've been here drawing this couch for how flippin' long, and Zura didn't say nothing. Zura kept saying he's leaning over the back of the couch. She's leaning on the couch. She's leaning. Now there's a hood of a car. All right, guys. Let's calm down. We don't. It's not even really. It's not even. Because I'm telling you, we've been for an hour. Zura's been telling me about this picture. There has never been a mention of a car.
Rumors even swirled that Coco had done the same, taking the brunt of the backlash to shield Hachama from further harm.
Oh my
While
God.
This sounds very in character for Kiryu
First of all,
Coco,
hold up.
the
One more pause. If she's sitting on a car, why the heck is he bent? Why is he leaning? Is this car on the ground? She's obviously elevated. How tall is this man? Okay. Listen, because Brian, this is why, right? I'm always on I need to know how tall people are. You know what I mean? So I know in relation, how tall would they be compared to other things, right? We need to know these answers. This man told me she's sitting on a couch, but now she's sitting on a car. Okay, so now she's sitting on a car. Guess what? Cars are elevated. Wherever she's sitting on the hood of a car. How the heck are you going to see his legs if he's behind her? How is he behind her if she's sitting on a car? Is she sitting on the car from the side? If she's sitting from the car from the side, then he has to be behind her all the way on the other side, because there's no way that he's going to be standing behind her directly when she's on a car, unless he's on the car too. Okay, that was the last pause I'm about to play.
Remains elusive. Unarchived live streams show Coco expressing surprise when her VOD reading the analytics was suddenly privatized, casting doubt on the veracity of these rumors. But regardless, events like this have lasting effects on people. It is highly probable that Hato was profoundly affected by the loss of her friend, possibly experiencing some kind of survivor's guilt as she continued on with her VTubing activities.
Oh,
without her.
dang.
But not everything was lost. Hato debuted her fourth 2D costume on October 26. The iconic multi-layered black and red gothic dress with the eye patch, which is often associated with her Hachama alter ego. On December 21st, Hato participated on stage 1 of Hololife's second fest, Beyond the Stage, where she performed a full
Right.
version of her song
There's
Red
a
Heart, which
there's a
she
show.
uploaded the
There's a show called The Dinner Detective. I mentioned it before. In that show, there's an episode about VTubing, all right? And I didn't know, but they had a concert like this, one of these VTuber concerts. So is it people go there physically, but they have a 3D hologramic thing, and then the person is in the background singing, like behind, because that's what they did in the show. Like the person was behind the curtain singing, and the people were out in the crowd. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to one of these things. I'm just saying. He's leaning on the other side of the car over the hood. How the heck? Okay. All right. Listen. This must be an interest, like a different car, because in my head, right, this is a car hood, right? So let's say this is a car, and this is the hood of the car, right? The hood of the car is pretty wide. Let's say like this. This is the hood of a car, right? So if she's sitting over here, posing for her picture, this man has to be at least this far. You said leaning? You never been to one? Okay. Leaning? This man can't reach her from here. Unless this man is like 18 feet tall and he can, probably put a knee over here and his neck is over here somewhere. Listen. If he's right behind her, then this man must be sitting on the car also. Or standing on the car. First of all, why is he standing on the car? If she's sitting on the car and this is her car that she won. The photographer's taking a picture, but now she's in 3/4. So if she's sitting here, he still can't be behind her. He has to be over here somewhere. How much do they make? Because what do you mean she's throwing a concert? I mean, I don't know how much they make.
First, Hato participated on stage 1 of Hololife's second fest, Beyond the Stage, where she performed a full version of her song Red Heart, which she uploaded the full version on her channel the next month. In the
Yeah,
wake of the
probably.
Taiwan controversy,
I actually been like doing some 3D stuff with my characters and poses, working things out. But like, that's the thing that's throwing me off. That's what I told you. I said go to that app I told you about, Zura, and they got cars in there too. You can create your pose. You can create your pose. Go over there, have some fun, man. There's a lot of confusion going on around here. The car is not wide at all. It's not even a car, guys. Watch. He's about to turn around and be like, "Oh, my apologies. It's a skateboard." All right, let's press play.
frequently. The incident happened in late 2020. The backlash from antis lasted a couple months and spilled into the next year, so I'm not claiming there is a direct causation to the rise of Hachama. Obviously, no one knows what truly goes into someone's head, but there is some overlap with the tumultuous environment Hololive was facing back then and the more frequent appearances of our dear Hato's alter ego.
今ねそのちょっとイカれたキャラクターになっちゃったから時の可愛いハーちゃんまで配信する
So in early 2021, Hato begins to concretize the character of
Wait,
Hachama.
not a car,
through a
motorcycle.
unique
I'm done,
series
guys.
of
Listen.
live streams
I'm
and
gonna tell you this right now. Naya, I don't care what you say. Morgan, Bri, I don't listen. If Zerg type one more thing, I am not, listen. I'm not even listen. Zerg, you can type. I'm not gonna look at nothing Zerg says again, bro. Zerg doesn't even know what he wants, but he started getting heated, talking about I'm about to crash out at me when you don't know what you want. Okay. All right, this is seriously my last time pausing.
videos, and this is probably her most interesting arc. These streams would become a battleground, a back and forth struggle between her two personas for control of her body and her channel. Because you see, after Hachama graduated from her school in Australia and returned to Japan, this made the old Hato regain her power. But Hachama had grown too strong already, so they fought each other to the death during this captivating but also very unsettling Hachama versus Hato arc, which spanned across various streams and videos. The arc is filled with dark and horror-themed elements, a genre Hato herself enjoy a lot, but going into full details about it would definitely get me demonetized and extend this video by an hour or two. But trust me, it's worth checking out the compilation if you have time. I'll go over some of the most memorable moments. It starts with her making her return stream with the full version of the original song Red Heart, seemingly fully embracing the Hachama persona on stream. Hato's viewers then started joking that Hato was dead, and Hachama seemed to agree with them. Then, in a seemingly innocuous stream on February 3rd, while Hachama was playing Minecraft, Hato suddenly took over, shifting midstream back to her own persona. On February 4th,
This is
a
trippy.
video of Hato being kidnapped by Hachama appeared in an unarchived stream. The hashtag #FreeHato was then created, and Hato returned to streaming, seemingly with no memory of the kidnapping. On February 5th, Hachama was streaming, and just when we thought Hato was finally destroyed, we actually found out in an incredible plot twist that they both shared the same body and
Peak as
thus
usual,
could
for
not
real?
be completely destroyed.
I'm gonna check it out.
Kinda like a Jujutsu Kaisen situation. On February 7, a concerning video titled Free Hachama went up, and the hashtag Free Hachama was then born. In this infamous stream, Hato was in the midst of a normal stream when Hachama breaks into her apartment and chops off her head. Hachama
Oh my
then
gosh.
takes over the rest of the stream, and a creepy video later surfaced of all the different versions of a Hachama calling each other on Discord. Hachama then declared that she didn't want to coexist with Hato, and viewers were horrified to find out that Hato was tied up in a cage behind her. Later that day, Hato, in a video of her own, revealed that she would live as long as Hachama did, before suggesting that they killed Hachama. The drama continued to escalate. On February 9th, a video titled Revive Hato went up, with Hato waking up to find her head gone. She then attempted to drug Hachama. Later, we found she was sporting a black collar with stitches underneath, as if her head had been sewn back into Hachama's body. Hato even changed her Twitter and YouTube accounts back to Akai Hato. On February 10th, she celebrated her 1 million subscriber milestone with a video revealing their complicated relationship. This arc terrified
So, I'm
even
gonna
some
sign
of
up
Hato's
for some
Genmate
yoga
who
classes-
questioned
some
whether
yoga
Hachama
classes.
was
Why?
serious or just memeing. And honestly, who knows?
みんなさ夢伝染しちゃうかもね今日怖すぎ怖すぎ
怖すぎて一番怖いの来たやんけ終わるじゃやばいやばい頭が狂ってる怖い怖いよ
On February 12th, Hato tweeted that Hachama's death was only one of 3 possible endings.
No, I mean, like,
The
I don't know,
saga
like, is there a certain
continued
reason
with
why?
Twists and turns until March 3rd, 2021, when Hato privated all of the Hato vs. Hachama lore videos, citing new rules from Whole Life Management, probably in fear of the videos demonetizing her channel again. It's good to note that later in the month, a few of the videos were then made public again. For clarity, the storyline was cut right when a twisted and not so pure cannibalistic 3D personality, either real or fake, was introduced, named by the fan-based Red Heart Chan, in a stream titled with the hashtag Team Hato. Shortly after, Hato made a statement on Twitter that she would go on a journey to find herself for a while, before going on a hiatus. There has been no activity on her YouTube channel or her Twitter account throughout March, apart from a
Yoga can be
contracted
relaxing?
tweet regarding
Okay.
a collaboration with Family Mart. Hato returned to streaming on March 30th.
Do you
with the
guys hear
hashtag
something?
Coexist, claiming that the storyline had reached its conclusion and her 2 personalities had agreed
Hawaii.
to coexist together. She admitted to lying
Scary.
about needing to find herself and revealed that she had envisioned the project as if she was making an anime of herself. She described her approach to the Hachama saga as action first, think later, and even called herself a masochist under pressure. And honestly, I believe her. On April 6, Hato goes on another hiatus for the sake of her mental health before returning on April 26, totaling a 3-week break. On June 12, Hato announced she would go on an indefinite hiatus for undisclosed reason during a short live stream, though later she attended Kiryu Koko's graduation stream live on July 1st and Uru Harushia's second year anniversary 3D live on July 18th. On July 24th, Hato returned to her streaming activities after a 6-week hiatus, which she explained as for academic reasons. Hato was not planning on returning to streaming so soon, but was persuaded by Amane Kanata and Kiryu Koko to return when the 3 of them had a meal together. Her post-return stream the following day was also incredibly fitting for Hachama to inherit the infamous meme review streams from Koko. 2023 was marred with even more health struggles for Hachama, to the point where on March 19th, Hato's manager had to take over her Twitter account to notify her audiences that she would go on a hiatus for a while due to poor health reasons. On July 24th, Hato's manager updated us on Hato's situation, publishing on Twitter a statement made by Hato herself. In it, Hato reveals that she had been hospitalized since right after the 4th Hololive Fest and was just recently discharged, stating that while she is better, more time would be needed for her to recover and eventually return to her activities. On September 20, 2 videos, one in English and one in Japanese, were uploaded to her YouTube channel, expressing how she sometimes felt like she was falling apart but wanted to stay strong for her fans.
I've had a hard time articulating, and sometimes I feel like I'm falling apart.
Her English is a lot better.
When I saw the kind messages, I realized that there is a place for me, and my heart was safe.
If that wasn't clear through the rest of the video, Hachama has always been committed to be the best version of herself, no matter the curveballs life threw at her. And it threw a lot of curveballs at her. During the 4th Hololive Fest, she felt ill, yet she pushed through just to be able to give us this concert. But as soon as it was over, she was admitted to the hospital and had to take on an extended hiatus. Hachama's story is a show of her incredible willpower. Not only she survived a tumultuous time in Philippines, a lockdown in Australia, but she thrived. She powered through when her friends had to quit the agency. She powered through her illness to give us the best concerts and content. She powered through language barriers to become the best idol she could be. And she always remained committed to bettering herself as an international idol by overcoming language barriers, which made her become a beloved and influential figure in the VTuber industry. And if you had any doubts, now you know why Hachama is called the world's strongest idol. Or maybe she's just a case study of how insane you end up if you become a VTuber too young. Who knows? Thank you so much for watching. Please.
Yeah, she's kind of wild. Some wild antics she got to herself to. But what was the thing you said it was called? Actually, I think I still have it on the side. I'm sorry, I figured it out piece of pie. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Why am I catching strays like this? I hear the sound of you. You know what? You know what, Titan? Hold up. This thing is like. This thing is not working. Like I needed to go get I need to go buy new batteries. That's what I'm gonna have to do, honestly. Cause I switched them, but I guess these ones aren't good either. I need to buy new batteries tomorrow. Oh my goodness, let's go back up now to see what Zero's talking about. If this thing lets me move. Yo, this mouse is bugging. Hold up, let me try to find a way. I have an idea. I'm about to just take. Alright, I forgot to write it down. But what? Okay, tight. Zero, you gotta write slower, man. She went to drag race and she's sitting on the bike and leaning on Alex and leaning pose, and they pose for a photo on the bike. The bike is short. I found a perfect reference. Alright, relax though. The real strongest idol sounds like an anime. It does sound like an anime. But May showed me something and told me to watch it, so let's watch it. If this thing stops glitching on me. Okay. this guy already stressing. Nah. You got here an hour after a whole bunch of stuff. Because in the first hour of the stream, it was pretty peaceful, you know? We're having a good time. No stress. And then out of nowhere, somebody... Yo, okay. What am I going to do? How am I going to do this right now? Yo, I have some right here somewhere. Right? I should have some nearby. Oh, crap. Where are they at? I don't know. I don't know where they're at. Ow. I don't know where they're at. I joined in the third hour. I know. But I'm talking about like before that. Where is this thing at? Alright, let me just try. Okay, so this is the most viewed video that I see of this May, so hopefully this one says like a bit ago. Let's see. Triggering. It says triggering.
Greetings. It's your text-to-speech father, Ashton.
You know what? I'm leaving this guy. I do not want to listen to this man. This man is not speaking. Is there anybody? I mean, this one is the most viewed, I'd say. Oh, actually, that one's the most viewed. But this one's the most recent. Catastrophic incident.
Deep sea prisoner, also known as Funamushi. Her name was formerly known as Mogeko, which Okagam is backwards.
Okay, no, that one is not it. Also, I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to watch that guy.
Greetings. It's your text-to-speech father, Ashton.
Nope,
Stop.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I mean, I guess we can do this one. I got it. Basically, it's a human tent. Lotus is on the bike, leaning on Alex. Alex is pushing up against her. His head is on her hand. As they pose for a photo. Why is his head on her hand? Let's see. Hopefully this one's good. Wait, is this even the same person?
Hey guys, Kujinji here. Once again being the worst out of the VTuber community. And today, we have a long-lasting controversy for you. The artist known as Funamushi, as well as Deep Sea Prisoner, Aite Shujin,
Yo! Work.
has long last become so fed up with getting harassment for their art and the topics they depict in their art and their games. Hey guys, Kujinji here. Once again being the worst out of the VTuber community. And today, we have a long-lasting controversy for you. The artist known as Funamushi, as well as deep sea prisoner Aite Shujin, has long last become so fed up with getting harassment for their art and the topics they depict in their art and their games
What are the
that
topics?
they decided to make a few statements. But before we get into the story, let me give you a bit of background because this is a long and complicated issue.
Yeah, thank you. I need
It
some
has
background.
started at least in 2014.
2014.
So, without further ado, let me get right into that. So, in the summer of 2014, a controversy arose on Tumblr where several users got upset at this sea prisoner because of a fan requested drawing she posted on her Tumblr blog. This drawing has now been deleted, but it depicted one of her characters, Tiake-san, sexually assaulting another character,
Oh!
Wada Nohara. Deep Sea Prisoner has deleted her Tumblr blog since that time.
Hold up, man. Hold
because
up.
of the negative response.
Yo.
This controversy also led to her temporarily adopting new policies in regards to sharing of her content.
Listen. That was strike one. Because you know some of these words, YouTube don't be playing with them. It said it once. I'm hoping it don't say it again, but I doubt that's gonna happen. But we're gonna let it ride. We're gonna see what ends up happening.
Another controversy a year later arose where several Korean followers of Deep Sea Prisoner have said that one of her artworks depicts a texture with a rising sun rays, which to them, at least, was the same as the texture of the rising sun flag. And if you guys don't know, in some Asiatic countries, particularly in Korea, the rising sun is viewed as a negative symbol of Japanese imperialism.
Yeah.
In Japan, though, however, these sun rays is not inherently tied to nationalism, but you know, harassers will harass for whatever perceived slight they
Stop
can
being
find.
a milk trigger. What?
So the backlash that Deep Sea Prisoner has received to this has made her block Korean IPs due to the continued harassment. And now, fast forwarding to 2023, it seems this harassment has continued without stopping. Since then, Funamushi has become a VTuber, also VTuber rigger, but nothing changed in terms of what kind of treatment they get online. And as you can guess, when you receive that particular brand of harassment, which I will show you towards the end of this video, because even the response to these particular statements, which I'm about to show you, kind of showcases a few of the examples of what she had to do with all of these years. So she released 3 statements of various lengths in regarding to all of her controversies over the years. Let's get on with the first one.
Is this video on YouTube? Yeah.
In the past, I have drawn Yumaniki's now in military uniform fan art. I was in junior high school at this time. This is an excuse, but the illustration was inspired by a manga I was reading. Although I was ignorant, I am aware that it is not something I am truly sorry for and I am deeply reflecting on it. The illustration was removed from me after I found out it was bad. However, it remains on the internet because it had been reprinted on an overseas site without permission. One more, the reason I blocked Korean IPs is because I received a lot of spam, server attacks and slander from them. That's because I drew an illustration with the rising sun flag motif. But I never drew illustration with political intentions. The rising sun flag has been long popular in Japan as a lucky charm and can be seen as decorations for New Year's holidays. The motif can also be found in ukiyo-e. When did I make a political statement? When did I make racist remark? I haven't done it and never will. I don't plan to include in any of my work. And another statement regarding all kinds of fiction that she chose. Non-con, gore, violence, incest. If you don't like these expressions, please block me now.
Oh my god.
I'm just making unhealthy things as fiction as I work. For reality, I hate all of these things. I see reality as and fiction as separate things. Please be assured that I will stop developing works for overseas. Thank you for viewing my work. And lastly, block me now. Because at some point you really have to be fed up with everyone. And of course, as you probably guessed, these statements alone has invited very mentally stable, very well-adjusted individuals. Let's take a look at them.
A baby drink. Oh.
This is so fucking disgusting of you, and I'm not surprised your fans are fucking.
Wow. Really? Really? That's what you meant by stop being a milk drinker? Wow, okay.
To your defense, Nazi imagery, blocking every single Korean who you see, the rising sun imagery, all of this is no coincidence. There's absolutely a racist intent, and there is no defense. This is not a conversation of what she draws. It's hatred she excused for years, blocking users for even the slightest hint that they are Korean. Funamushi-san, have not 1 ounce of respect for you, and every day I wish that you would get into a freak accident and the dark spot of society
Oh my
that
gosh.
this you will find will be removed.
Oh,
Because
wow.
you are something less than human and deserve nothing but the worst.
Oh my gosh.
Fuck you, bitch.
Oh dang. Because she drew a picture? That's kind of crazy. Wishing somebody like heinous things happen to somebody who drew a picture? Pretty crazy.
You were inspired by manga to draw Yume Nikki in a Nazi uniform?
Who the heck is Yuma Nikki? Yume Nikki. I don't even know if I want to look this up, but we need context. We need context. Yume Nikki. Who the heck? It's a video game character. Okay. 2004 Japanese indie game adventure. Alright. I thought it was kind of like the Hatsume Miku. I thought it was like one of them. The Hatsume Miku character. I thought it was one character. It was a character like that. Hatsume Miku was a music artist. What? Hatsume Miku is officially code name for CV01. Is a vocal. What the heck is this? I thought this was just a random chick. Oh, I did not know that. He's the rebel. I mean, I'm learning. I don't know these things. All right, let's continue.
The fact they apologized for the Yume Nikki one, but when it came to the Rising Sun flag, they blocked Koreans and started to put out excuses? Pondering emoji faces. People defending this degenerate need a new pair of brains and eyes. How do you not find any of this appalling or slightly wrong? Or just slightly wrong? Is that a good reason to harass an artist over several years?
Yeah, I don't
guess
think
it
so.
is.
That's crazy.
And this one is completely.
If you don't like it, just leave.
Different.
I don't understand why people have to say stuff.
Don't but not miss. Get the fuck out. You bitches are so quick to become pro shippers when it's something you like. You can like Wadanohara and the Grey Garden and tell this bitch to get fucked. Just like Omori. What the fuck is up with you people?
Just like who?
Yep, normal. Also, I was finding it decent of her to apologize for the Rising Sun drawing, and then she drops that Japanese people use it as good luck charm, and that's harmless, not racist remark on itself. Literally shut the fuck up and leave. Private quote. Skull and bones emoji emoji emoji. For my international fans and audience, I just want to clarify. I don't want any of you in jail because you would die and you do not deserve to be freed of the nuances of the existence yet. Y'all just loser creeps. Good night. You can probably tell why Funamushi got very fed up with these sorts of people. Okay, goodbye. You take your fans with you. Your shippers crying and sobbing because their favorite won't draw CP for them anymore. You're brain dead. He's a Nazi. God bless you though. Hashtag shut up gringo. Pedophile moment. Those damn foreigners and their checks notes. Dislike of rape and incest. Please tell me I'm missing something. Yep, the fact that it's fictional, probably. How the fuck are people supporting this motherfucker, blocking anyone who even follows this dude? Because there's no way you compare gore and violence to fucking incest. Oh, the incest is the bad part, but not the fucking gore, not the violence. Their priorities are all over the place. I love it. Also, how do you express this and have your last post be your apologizing for adding any unintended political messages to your past art pieces? Like, apparently you draw the line there. You're not an artist who tries showing awareness about the law. Get your molars checked out. Yeah, because what you draw in your artwork.
I mean,
really
I just don't
defines your
understand.
morals in the real world.
I just don't. Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, it's true. That's true also. But like, I don't understand why people feel like they just have to say something. You know, like when I don't like a drawing, I'll leave. You know, like I told you that there was this one drawing I saw. It was like it was so gory. It was like I saw it on X, I think. But it was a drawing of a character, right? I mean, this person was in pieces. And when I mean like it was like it was like I was like, oh my gosh, right? And I was looking at it for like 3-4 seconds, and I was like, yeah, what's this person's name? Okay, get out my face. But listen, I didn't go in the comments. I can't believe you would do something. I didn't go in the comments. I didn't do anything. I didn't do none of that. I just slightly moved it out my way so I didn't see it again. You know what I'm saying? That's all you have to do. Just move it aside. Just move it out your way. But they just feel like they have to fight. They have to say something, which is crazy to me because I'm just like why? Like, who said you have to say something? Excuse me. Like, truly, who said you have to say something? This is crazy.
I love when people make that argument. If you hate all of these things, then why is it in almost all of your works a lot? Some of us aren't brain dead and can separate fiction from reality. First of all, I don't think anyone who is drawing a child R-worded by cat things over and over again in fiction is going to be able to separate that from fiction. Second of all, it's still weird in fiction. Third of all, the OG poster says they don't even like it. Type of people defending that person really shows they're into creepy shit.
Oh
and
my
it's so
gosh.
funny how I'm brain dead for saying rape and CP is bad.
Why? Listen.
You're
First of all, okay. Listen, I'm mad at him now. I'm mad at this guy who's watching the video now. Why did you say R word and then you said the word right after? I guess he wrote R word and then after that said the word. But why did he censor it himself? Oh my gosh. But that's like, I feel like I'm always, because even on artists who draw things like crazy, like things that I would quote unquote be against, I'm still on the whole thing of, listen, you draw. You have the power to draw whatever you want to draw. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to do any of that. Right? I'm not going to go up into you and be like, oh, you can. No, I ain't going to do none of that. You have the right to draw whatever you want to draw. Right? I have the right to stay or leave. Right? So if I don't want to be here no more, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave. Simple as that. So when people are going after an artist talking about, oh no, he shouldn't be able, like I'm like, yo, at the end of the day, he can do whatever he wants to do. Listen, this is when it really just starts to get a little crazy, right? If it has something to do with me, you know? So like there was this one thing that happened with this other guy and people were drawing his family and stuff. That right there, I mean, I feel like he has the right to say something because now it's kind of getting like it's a bit personal. You know what I mean? It's a bit personal. They still have the right, but it involves me now. Understand? You could also say, like, when it involves your characters and quote like stuff like that. Let's say it's your character, and the person blatantly says, "Oh, this is your character that I'm drawing in this certain situation." listen, you can't stop them, but you can. I will say, I'll allow it. I mean, obviously, I'm not like making the rules, but I feel like I can understand you saying something, you know, because it's your character. So when it's personal to you, sure, I guess you can make a couple tweets or whatever. But if it really has nothing to do with you personally, I don't think you really need to jump in and start screaming and hollering and hooting, you know? That's just my opinion on that. Hey, hot take? Either people just specifically in gore work. Yeah, I don't like it, but we just move on. Exactly. But Morgan, you don't understand what I saw, Morgan. I was shocked. I looked at it. I was like, wait a second. I went back. I was, and I was there for like a good 3-4 seconds, maybe even 5. I was like, yeah, let me get up out of here. Let me get up out of here. I feel sick to my stomach. Let me get up out of here. What's your name again? All right, thank you. And I locked that in, and then I remove him from my page, so I never see him again. But I also think Slide should undoubtedly be banned from being drawn morally not okay. I mean, sure, of course. I don't want to see it, and I don't think it's right for it to be done. But like I said, at the end of the day, that person has the right to draw whatever they want, right? Even though I understand what you're saying, and I'm on that side too. I would say if I could make a law and say, oh, this could never be, you know what I mean, again, or never be posted anywhere. Sure. But like when people are saying like putting like death threats and stuff on these people, I'm just like, okay, all right, now, yeah, because I know, like, especially with how the world has gotten, the world has become so what is the word, desensitized, is that the word? I'm pretty sure, to everything, you know what I mean, to everything. I remember in high school this kind of this messed me up a little bit, but it didn't mess me up fully because I didn't finish like seeing the video. But there was a video of this kid, right? He was like, this is the only part that I saw. Okay, so there was a group of kids that I knew, and then we were like, oh, look at this video, and we're watching this video, and there was this kid. He sat down on the floor in grass, right, in the grass, and then some, like, off camera, you see somebody pull a right and put it right next to this guy's head, and I left. I walked away. You heard the boom. I was like, oh my gosh. And this was a real like thing of a real person, and I'm like, yo, this is crazy, right? But you saw all the other people just sitting there watching it, and they just walked away. Like, I'm just like, yo, we have literally got desensitized to everything like this. So yeah, we can look at movies and look at these things happening in like shows and stuff like that, right? But once it starts getting real personal, that's when it kind of gets a little much, you know, because that's when it gets serious. Because I remember another thing, there was about this kid they were mentioning, right? And something happened or whatever, and people were like, oh well, yeah, it's bad and everything, but we shouldn't be it's not really such a big deal. And I was like, whoa, not really such a big deal. And I just thought about my little cousins, and I was like, oh, for real? Oh nah, this is extremely a big deal, right? Because I had a tangible, like, I had a real life comparison to this, because I have people in my family who are around those ages where I can see this is a big deal. But other people who don't have siblings or cousins or anybody, especially around those ages, they might not understand how crazy it is. You know what I mean? So, kinda something. Check whips. I finally got the line under the cheek. All right, listen. I'm gonna look at the whip, Zura. I'm gonna give my opinion, and I'm gonna close the whip, and I'm gonna continue the video. That's all I'm saying. Posting it publicly, yeah. I can understand that. Especially publicly, like, accessible to everybody. Okay. All right, so she's sitting on a bike sideways, and he's standing up. Yeah, but why is the camera from this angle though? If that's the case, then you should turn their heads probably. I mean, I guess it could still work that way. Never mind. So stupid. So it's part of the okay. First of all, why? Never mind. Never mind. You know how Titan be. Are we talking about? We're talking about this video that we're watching.
For crying over drawing on the internet. You're in love with the drawing. You're literally a self-shipper. LMAO, as they have been blocked by them. Because they are a self-shipper. And if you go to any of these people's profiles, you will find a lot of minors and a whole lot of mental illness there. It's just how it is.
Yeah.
That's the people that get onto social media and they get power to do whatever they want. Because none of these places have proper moderation and will never protect innocent artists against this kind of harassment. We won! Finally! 48 of you guys follow her. What the fuck, lol? What happened? She fetishizes and draws rape and admits it in this post. We don't give a fuck. Blah blah blah. And there's of course LTG, because if you don't use LTG as a minor in order to tell an innocent artist that they should unalive, then you're just not doing a very good job as a harasser. Incest, even as fiction, is weird as fuck. I'm sorry. Double skull emoji. Ugh. These Westerners don't understand. I draw the most fucked up stuff, but I would totally never endorse it. Sarcasm indicator. It's funny how quick people are to defend something like this person's work and swear it's just fiction. But if anyone who wasn't of poor English, they wouldn't get babied like this. The Funamus dick riding is insane, skull emoji. Come to see my quote ready just to argue. I don't want to hear it, by the way. I'll just block you.
I feel like at the same time too, people just love attention, right? So when they see everybody ganging up on somebody, sure, they can think it's morally wrong and everything, but once they see everybody ganging up on somebody, they just feel like they have to get involved just because people are going to agree with me, so I have to say things. Everybody's saying this, so let me say it too. That's just how people's mind work. Some people. So, yeah. Because most of the, like, a lot of the times too, a lot of these people are people who, like, because usually this artist right here is an artist, which means you're not going to get like requests, or like you're not going to see these person's pictures unless you're actively looking at art, and they typically show art related or similar to art that this person makes. So at the end of the day, they're recommending this to you because this is things that you're into. I'd never seen this person before. I never seen any of their art before. I don't know who they are, right? But their art is, you know, some of it might just be some anime stuff, you know. Like you said, what's the game called again? The Hiki, what is it called? The Yuki Nikki. The Yume Nikki, which is a game. You could have found her from a game, right? So you sit here, you playing the games, you're like, oh shoot, that's cool. And then you fell into the rabbit hole and you start seeing all the other stuff she did. And I'm like, okay. And then you simply are like, you know what? I like it. I don't like it. Let me get up out of here. But no, this is you. You wanted to stay, and then now everybody's getting all heated and hollering and yelling at this chick. Now you got something to say? Come on now. Just chill out and go to sleep, man. I'm gonna finish the picture and then go to bed. All right. And the frog. College Disney person. Huh? Oh. From the Princess and the Frog. I was wondering what the heck. When they drew a college of Disney princesses. Alex's body. What about his body? The reason why They didn't draw him is because they didn't see the movie. So they didn't. Yeah, a lot of people didn't see the movie. Yeah, understandable. A lot of it was part of the college. Oh, I think I know what artist you're talking about. Artist still got called racist despite that. Yeah. Collage. Oh, my fault. It's always Titan. It only happens to Titan. But I think I know what artist you're talking about, though. I feel like I've seen them on Instagram. This man is so dumb. Why did he even say that? That is all his fault, man. Probably not. Really? Okay, then never mind. I never seen it.
So on and so forth. And this is just a small sample of the harassment that this artist has received over all these years. And it's not like this is uncommon. You can get harassed as an artist for nothing.
Man, I have gotten my fair share. One of the most notable ones was from TikTok. Somebody said, "Why don't you draw any unattractive characters?" And I was like, "What?" And they said, "Why don't you draw any characters with disabilities?" I was like, "What?" Because I don't want to. Why do I have to do that? The person did not respond. After that, I've just heard obviously a whole bunch of other stuff. Why don't I draw characters who are over there? I just said because I don't want to, and then the person called me some names and stuff. Not as crazy as Titan, but they said some stuff, and they moved on. I was like, all right, sayonara, and they went moving along their way. I've heard other things too, but it's crazy. It's truly crazy because, like I said, you have the right to draw whatever you want, bro. At the end of the day, truly, at the end of the day. But when it starts involving other people, that's when it kind of gets crazy. And when it starts involving other characters, also, that's when it gets kind of crazy. But the thing that throw me off, why don't you just make your own characters? Like a cool, amazing thing. Sure, this might be a little, but like, why don't you take that character that you like and then create your own version of that character, but obviously tweak it up a bit so it's not that character exactly. And then that's your character. Use that character. But obviously, a lot of people like to go on the cloud and hype and everything of the things. Yeah. But that's how it is out there in the streets. Yeah, popular from her horror games. Mogeko Castle, Grey Garden, Nohara, The Deep Blue Sea. The problem is people who like the games found her website and Twitter. Ah, I see. So she's a gamer. Nah, I'm good on that, Zura. That person wanted you to draw. Yeah. That person, like, people want me to draw so much. So many things. And when I say I don't want to do it, they just feel like I don't have the right to say that, which is crazy. It's like, what? Like, what? Obviously, I do have rules. I obviously do have rules when it comes to commissions and things that I won't draw. But at the end of the day, I'm just like, if you want to see it so bad, commission me to do it if I have any commission slots open. And if so, then commission me to do it. But if it's something that I won't draw anyway, you can just move on. You can just move on. Because it will never be drawn by me. Especially those people. Those insane people who be trying to make me draw that one guy. Man, they try to make me draw everything. They try to make me draw everything. I'm telling you, everything. I've been asked almost everything. I've been asked almost everything. One of the main reasons why I needed to create my do's and don'ts is because I've been asked so many things. Man, people are insane. Some of the time I feel like they're joking, but a lot of the like other times they're serious. And you can tell because of how much they ask. Because there might be like a one of like, oh, you should do this, you know? But then when they ask me like all the time, I'm like, oh my god. I've not faced that yet. Morgan, it's not something to look forward to. It isn't. Truly isn't. But yeah. They want me to want to do it. And I'm just like, I don't want to though. They're like, but you have to. And like when they're like, oh, why does all your characters have to be a certain way? Why can't your characters be like this? Right? And I'm just like, why don't you make your own characters? I've said, like, somebody asked me that too. They tried to they tried to change one of my characters. I don't remember which one it was. But I was drawing one of my characters, and I think it was one of the times when I was designing one of them too. And they were like, oh, why don't you do this? And I said, why don't you make your own character and do that? They got mad. They were like, oh, no, that wasn't it. But listen, that day, I didn't need to say it that way. I could have just said, oh, no, I don't want to do it. But, yeah. It's something else. Oh, fuck. Oh, he's asked for a lot of stuff, too. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh, you don't believe I said it? Zer don't believe I said it. Alright, Zer. Hey. Wait, what the heck did I even say I said? Because what? Like, what crazy thing did you think I said? Oh, why don't you create your own character and do that? It's always so crazy when they try to do that, though. When they try to make my characters them. Because especially when I've been drawing the character for a while. Like, obviously, at times, I let you guys decide the designs of my characters. Like, what do you guys think about this and this? What do you guys like more, this or that? I'll let you guys do that. But if it's a character that I created, guess what? This is my character. And guess what? I'm not going to change him for you. I'm not going to do anything for you. Every right to react the way you did. Yeah, because it's like, when people try to... Exactly. That's what throws me off, Morgan. Because it's like you're in the comfort of your own home, right? And you're deciding how to decorate your house. And I'm like, you know what? Nah, don't put that there. Put that over there in that corner over there. What the? No. Why? I don't want to do that. I mean, no, you have to because I said so. But I don't know you. You just broke into my house. That's kind of how it is. There's a character of mine I'm designing. I already have like a whole story in mind, their family and everything. And then somebody just feels like they know best and I should do this. Oh yeah. They like I've like there's some characters of mine also cuz that's why I've even tried to be like I have to think every time before I post something or I draw like a certain thing cuz there's a character of mine named Leo. You guys know Leo, right? He is if I can think of a character. Okay, so think about like Gojo and his like friendly-ish personality, right? I'd say Leo's kind of like him, right? And especially when he's around certain characters of mine. And there's this piece that I wanted to draw like a few years ago of him and Kido, right? And when I was about to draw the picture, because this was like soon after, like in the heyday, let's say. As soon as I saw like how like my comments were and how people were moving, I truly decided I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna draw this picture because of how weird people are. I'm so serious. I literally stopped. I literally stopped myself from drawing that picture, and it wasn't even anything crazy, but just because of how people were, and it was in the heyday of like the My Hero shipper people, and I was like, man, yeah, I'm not gonna do it, and I didn't. I didn't draw the picture. So crazy. So crazy. He has hair in the back because he does have a. And there's some characters also of mine that I know for a fact. Um, People already like there was a drawing I did of of two characters. It was on TikTok. I want to see if I can find just a picture. I don't need to find the comment, but just a picture because I post pictures sometimes a lot. Because it's like video format on TikTok, so I'll just post a video over and over and over. There was a video. Oh wait, no, I did a video of Idra and Nissa. People were shipping them. I'm like, what? And I specifically. Oh no, I'm not talking about that one. I specifically was like, oh no, this lady, this lady is like her mom, right? It's like she's like a mom to her. I specifically said that. People were shipping them. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Is this serious? And then I did another picture, and then more people were like, "Oh, so I was like, oh my gosh, how are you not?" But the thing is, you can't control people. You know, they go make their decisions. They're gonna do what they do, and you're gonna have to just realize that. It, crazy, crazy. They shipped they shipped like whatchamacallit characters I have. But the thing is, like, a lot of them don't know also. But some of them they have to know because it's right there. They just decide not to pay attention. Oh wait, Naya, where's Sam at? I'm gonna have to ask Naya this every single day until Naya sends it over to me. I'm gonna say this is day 7 of asking Naya about Sam. I've been looking at your fan art recently, Jay. You've been posting a lot. You post something new. Oh snap, Broly. Okay, okay.
Media. You draw the wrong skin tone on a character that someone considers to be.
Oh wait,
Bla-
Titan said Horikoshi posted something. I gotta check it out. Horikoshi Koe. Let's see. Horikoshi only has an X, right? So I'm gonna have to open X. Watch that because I was talking about it. Because like I said, I feel like the computers, they gotta be listening to us. Watch that gore stuff pop up again. Horiko. There you go. Horikoshi. Let's see. What'd you post, my guy? Oh snap! Is that Frobby? Oh shoot! The colors are insane. The colors are insane. Oh my gosh. This is dope. Yeah, Sukasa. Is it Sukasa?
Black, even though they aren't, You get harassed endlessly by terminally online Genshin Impact fans. You draw the wrong body type on a character.
Man,
Oh.
another thing. They told me, why don't I draw obese characters? They said that. I guess this is before the McDonald's model era that we had. But I guess like now I have a lot of them. I have a lot of them. I mean, I don't have a lot of them. I got a good amount of them. I got a good amount of them. Before the McDonald's model era of this era.
Oh, you're fat shaming. You get harassed endlessly until you quit. Maybe they will also send you bone
Yeah,
shreds
it's
because,
crazy.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah, but it's crazy because it's like they want you to draw like fat characters, but when you draw fat characters, you have to make the fat character ugly, which is insane to me, because like make a fat character that's like she bad, right? But now it's just like, oh, why you're doing this to this and that. I'm like, huh? Ain't this what y'all wanted? No, we wanted you to make a fat, ugly character. But then AJ makes a fat, ugly character, and then everybody starts hating on him. And then he's like, what's wrong? And they say, why did you make her unattractive? And I'm like, what the heck are you like? This is why you can't please them. You can listen. The people who be saying, oh, you guys are right, you know, you can't please none of them, right? Because they tell you to do something, then you do it, and then they find something wrong with it, and then they attack you for that. It's crazy. Like, what the heck? Are you serious right now? I have some fine thick characters. I mean, listen, I got some. Listen. I mean, Marcia, she isn't really fat. She got some. What does Bryce say? Bryce says? What does Bryce say again? But she got some of that on her. But she's also like pretty jacked. Like her arms are, her shoulders. She got some muscle on her, and her legs are pretty muscular. So we ain't gonna count her as fat. I'll say, what's her name? It starts with an E. I don't remember her, but she big. She ain't the baddest character I have, but she look good. She look good. Beefy. Oh yeah. Yeah. She kind of beefy. But like, I don't know if I have like a super, because I feel like to me all my characters I can see, like, I don't have any like quote unquote ugly characters. I don't think I do. If you guys were to think of all my characters that I've shown you over the years, which one is the ugliest one? Would you say is the ugliest one? Don't worry. Feel free to say it. I know Titan doesn't care, but just feel free to say it. Which one is the ugliest character you think? I would say, I mean, I'm specifically talking about the female characters right now, but I guess you could say a male character too if you want. Out of everyone.
That's what people have done to artists they just didn't like. The internet has become a wild place. Sure, it's entertaining, but I'm quite sure it's not entertaining for the people actually getting harassed. Well, can you change that? Well, yeah, you can. Remove all social media. Remove all minors and people who act like this from the internet. Can that happen? Is that feasible? Is that logistically possible?
No,
No, you can't.
because people be
You don't
lying.
have these godlike powers to do so.
I mean, I guess you technically can if
So,
you do the ID thing, but
anyone
then it
encountering
just makes
these
people like not want
just
to.
block them, and if they do the things that I've
It
shown
just makes people not want to like register for these things, which I guess is kind of the point in a sense. But I don't know. I don't think companies will ever do that really, because the more people on their account, the more advertisers want to sponsor them, and the more money they make. So I doubt they'll ever do it. But okay, is this what you were talking about, May? Like, what side are you on this, May? What side are you on? Are you on the side of, man, she deserved it, or they deserved it, or are you on the side of, man, a whole bunch of these people? I mean, I guess technically from what you said, you're practically on the side of, these people are crazy. These people are attacking this person. They crazy. They crazy. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I don't even want to press that video. I don't even want to press that video, man. Oh nah. Oh nah. Oh nah. Oh nah. I'm gonna watch that later.
Some of these lyrics being, if you touch me, you will get arrested. Another one being, in the future, I...
She doesn't deserve death threats, but her art is extreme. Okay. I can understand that. Like, I don't think anybody deserves death threats, you know? Like, you don't deserve to say somebody deserves to get, got. Especially when those people I'm not gonna talk about it. But I don't think you should really do that. But yeah, I don't know any of the person's art, but from how crazy people have gotten, I mean, I don't know, people do be getting crazy over nothing too. But yeah, I'm against all that. Like, if I were to see it, I just like block, like remove it from view so I can never see it. You know, I don't want to see it. It's gone. I'd hide it. Be like, don't recommend. Simple. I don't think I'd go into the comments and engage with the thing. I don't know why. Like, depending on anything, like, I rarely even do like dislikes. I rarely go like dislikes. But if anything, the most I'll do is dislike. I don't go to the comments and talk. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Is it gore? Or what? I feel like I heard that word before, but I don't know what it means exactly. But yeah, let's do this one. Hopefully this one,
I don't want to be liked by the likes of you. Another one being, go wash your mouth out with muddy water. And my all-time favorite being, let's meet in court.
People are saying this is an anti-Polygon song, but it's actually the opposite. It actually follows the Masagaki trope, which little girls like this get off to teasing other men like this.
Oh my god.
You, an adult, are conjuring up thoughts and enjoying things of a child in compromise adult scenes, doing adulty things,
What's
doing
happening?
intimate things, and you're getting off to that, and you're thinking, yeah, that's good, that's the good stuff for me. This
Smut is my realm, though. Ah, Morgan, like so the Pepperland. That's what it is. You don't know what that means? Like I've heard it before, but I don't. You know, I go to sleep. All right, have a good one, sir. Have a good one. Our gourd. Oh yeah, nah, mate, yeah, nah, nah. Oh nah, oh nah, oh nah. Etc. There's more. Oh nah, I'm good. I'm good off of them right there. I'm good off of them right there. Gosh. No wonder she's getting harassed. No. I don't think anybody deserves to get harassed. But like everybody, like you can expose her in a sense that saying, listen, this person does this. This is, you know, da da da. Because people who enjoy the content anyway, no matter what you say, they're going to be on board, right? So you have to understand. You can vocalize and say, yeah, I don't like this, and then get up and leave. But like sitting there arguing and fighting and they're saying death threats and everything. Because usually when people get really like angry and hysterical, that's when it's kind of like people stop listening to you because now you're going crazy. Once people start throwing out death threats and stuff, that's when it's just like, okay, all right. Calm down. Okay. This man's drawing a picture. Because then they just start like getting out of the argument. But if you just start saying, listen, it's wrong to do that, then you could be like, all right, we can see that, right? But like I said, people who enjoy it anyway, they're going to stay. So you're not going to really help anybody. You're not helping nobody, really. After the slave incident? Oh my gosh. It's wild. You gotta have a messed up mind to draw that. It's like, cause like I said, I feel like we've gotten desensitized to things. Obviously, that is insane, but at the same time, I bet that she isn't like for it in a sense like she would be okay with anything with her children or family members in situations like that. I believe that, but it's kind of like this disconnect where we can see these things, like we can watch a murder mystery about people who've been cut, like, you know, served for dinner and stuff, you know what I mean? And we're just sitting there like, and then go on about our day. But like that is truly crazy when you start to sit and think about it, right? Obviously you don't want none of that happening with your family or anything like that, but at the same time it doesn't really bother you, you know? So as an artist, especially getting into that realm, you're like, you know, it'd be cool if I drew this and then that, and then they don't understand how truly crazy it is. You don't really understand. I still don't know what y'all on about. Don't think I want to know. These artists can be nasty. Yeah, it can get a little crazy. It can get a little crazy, especially the first one you said, May. The first one, it's like, oh my gosh. Orthodox, don't. Just cause I said I don't eat hot dogs and bacon. Come on now, Titan. If people played our game and it was not as extreme, they fell in love with it, the characters, the stories. Then they find out the author's website, the characters they loved. Oh, dang. don't know though, like, cause I'm all for it too. Like, at the end of the day, you can decide what happens with your characters, right? If you create a character and you decide this character ends up getting, you know, you can do it. It's your character, and nobody really has the right to say anything. But at the same time, it's just like people do get attached to characters, you know. People do get attached to characters. Some say she's and uses her art to cope. Oh, which is not healthy. I mean, people use a whole bunch of different things to cope, really. So it's like you never really know. But that'd be crazy if she is. Like everything that she draws happened to her or somebody that she knows, and she sees it. Yo, I mentioned this before. I feel like, but I know this girl. She used to be a coworker of mine. She told me her child that she has is from a incident, right? And I was just like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And I was talking to her about it, and she said, oh no, you don't really need to be sorry. It's normal. And I was like, huh? And she said, yeah, it happened to everybody in my family. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she really thinks that this is normal, right? And then I saw her, and then she was dating and stuff, and she's been dating like a whole bunch of different people, and I'm just like, yo, and she has her daughter around these people, and I'm like, shouldn't you be like more like worried about this? And she's like, but like, boy, I don't see anything wrong with it. And I'm like, this is how the cycle continues too, like she sees everything as normal, and she doesn't see it as a big deal. So this girl, like you said, she could see everything as normal. Like she doesn't see it as a big deal. Like all these things happened to me when I was a kid, so that's how I see the world. I'm like, ooh, kind of crazy, but it is like it's wild. But that's how it is out there, Like when she told me that, I was like, oh my gosh. And I seen her daughter before, and her daughter is like super like nice. She's a kid, right? And then she like says hi and everything. I'm like, yo. Like with a person with a mindset like that, if her daughter were to come to her and tell her something happened, I don't believe she'd really have she would be affected by it. I don't think she'd, it's crazy. It's crazy. Really crazy. You can paint a picture of people in a way with certain things. Okay, then people. Exactly. Exactly. Morgan, you said it. I know you're talking to me, but you said it, Morgan. It's like I cannot draw a picture. I can't draw a picture. You know what I mean? And this is what, obviously I know Naya wasn't, but when Naya said what she said about the Alchemy one, right, and the Kido one, and how it was like, oh, it's kind of looking, it's like throughout the years, I can't draw a picture. I cannot draw a picture. And people start, oh, oh, you know what I mean? But it's usually pretty, most of the time, it's usually pretty, quote unquote, harmless, People are just like, oh, this, or you should do this and make it like more like this. And I'm like, yeah, right? But there's certain times, and you guys don't see these comments because I have to remove them. And some of them, like sometimes comments get banned that aren't supposed to be. So sometimes I go to check what the comments were that got banned just so I can, fix it, right? And put it back up. And the comments that I see down there, you guys, oh my gosh. You guys, bro. People how people are is so wild to me. It is so wild to me. But like it's become so normal in the world we live in now, where people don't understand this is kind of wild. Chill out. Chill out. Man. Man, oh man, oh man. There's this artist on Twitter that draws 13 from My Hero Academia. Who the heck is 13? All I gotta say is, who is 13? The black hole hero? Oh! The one with the astronaut? The astronaut? Yeah. I feel like I've seen like I mean, I don't see a lot of fan art of her, but like I feel like the fan arts that I've seen of her has been I mean, she's already been, so they just go crazy with it. I only remember seeing her one time. Well, not one time, but like one main time is when she talked to the kids in like early image My Hero. She did twice. I feel like yeah, she did too. Like, but I remember the only time I really remember her was that part because she was talking. The other time she showed up, she probably said a couple words, but yeah. I'll give a little insight for my pepper rules. I do not draw anyone young. I refuse because that is the line. Yes, I understand. I'll never cross. If you understand what I mean, I understand. I understand. I mean, that's like, hopefully. She was talking the other time? Oh, really? Oh, I don't remember that time. Other time was when her face... Really? What? I don't remember her face. Hold up, I gotta see her face revealed now, just to see if I remember like what she looks like. Oh yeah. I don't remember her speaking, but oh yeah. She's 180 centimeters. That's pretty tall for a female, right? 180 centimeters in feet. Yeah, 5'10"? That's tall for a female. She has a face? Yeah. Wow. I remember it. Like once I saw the clip, I was like, oh, I remember her face.
Can't ever be perceived as okay. This is just sheer degeneracy within humanity.
I just watched the trending song called something. This is where ignorance is a bliss, I guess.
Unless you've been living under a rock, you've probably heard or at least seen some form of imagery of this song as it went viral on the internet. The animation depicts
I remember
this
that.
little schoolgirl dancing around in a Japanese uniform with a child safety device on an upbeat tune has been turned into all forms of edits, taking shapes across a multitude of mixed media. Whether it
Child
be
safety
through your
device.
favorite VTuber making a cover of this song, through memes or fan edits, the
Yeah, I remember these
popularity
edits on
of this
TikTok.
song is absolutely undeniable as it became the most
I remember the dance. I've seen that song before. And that V2. I only seen the dance. I only seen the TikTok dance, like when she in the streets and she just, I'm like, oh! But I don't know anything about it.
viewed VTuber music video worldwide, even beating the record of the previous record holder by over 44 million views. Today,
There was
it's
an
as
event where
comfortable.
She showed up and she had for like 5 minutes.
At over 145 million views. This is the story of the Likami Requiem. Funnily enough, when Shigure Ui album fully released, the song didn't receive immediate success and was actually overshadowed by the song's opening track itself. But it was when Shigure Ui released the full-on music video of the song a year later that it became a viral worldwide phenomenon and became an internet meme icon. The video quickly reached 10 million views within 3 weeks, making it the fastest song by a VTuber to reach this milestone. It had over 60 million views as of December, and Shigure Ui gained over 747,000 subscribers in less than 4 months, propelling her to
I don't know what the
heights
sound
and
effect is for.
pushing
That's why it's
her
throwing
at
me
the
off.
forefront of the VTuber industry. During the song's chorus, a dance was featured that gained immense traction due to its exceptional quality, briskness, and challenging nature. Described as of an overwhelming quality and hard to reproduce animation, this dance became an internet challenge, encouraging TikTok users to post videos of themselves or popular characters from video games like Genshin Impact or animes such as Spy X Family imitating the
Oh my
dance.
gosh,
In less
Anya.
than 2 months, an estimated 6,000 videos were posted, showcasing covers of the song or replicating the dance. This sudden surge in popularity helped amplify the song's growth. But the song wasn't just a Japanese success, it also became a worldwide phenomenon. The song was featured on Mall's Pillars in Taiwan, it became
Dang.
the third most popular music video in Korea, and mainstream brands such as Meta PC, BMW, and Lamborghini
Those are
also
funny.
hopped on the train and featured Shigure Izui, iconic character, in their social media posts advertising their products, which not everybody was on board with it. The dance and the character Ui also appeared in the Spotify background video of 9mm by rap group Memphis Cult after the band noticed the surge in popularity that one of their fan edits got featuring her avatar and decided to officialize it on their own song themselves. It reached such mainstream
That's so
success
funny.
that even normies started propagating the song, not originally aware of the song's heavy themes, thinking it was just this cute anime song.
Heavy what theme?
And while anime fans, you perverts, celebrated the song for what it was and appreciated the youthful appearance of
Oh,
the
it's like a
character and its
censor.
innocence without any negative connotation, when mainstream viewers suddenly became aware of the song lyrics, they absolutely lost their mind
Oh
over
my
it. And in a
gosh.
way, the heated debates this caused and the controversy surrounding it
Oh my
only
gosh,
helped
this is
the
why you
song
can't listen to
increase
everything,
in
guys.
popularity and in notoriety. And honestly, even Shigure Ui herself claimed she was surprised the song did so well in the West. In fact, the author says the lyrics were so spicy that she herself retells how the song was banned from being broadcasted on radio stations in Japan.
リカミレクイエム1000万再生おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。1000万再生って何かバズりに
Come on,
狙
many
って
people
作っ
said
た
that the
曲だな
songs
ってよ
must
く
be
言われるんだけど
made to
こんな
aim
コ
to
ン
go
プラ
viral,
ギリギリ
but
な曲バズ
who
り
would
狙いな
try
わけ
to
ねえだ
aim
ろ
to viral hit? Wait, what?
なコンプ
Who
ラギ
trying
リ
to
ギ
aim
リな
viral hit
曲
with a
バズ
song
り
like
狙い
this?
なわ
Is
けねえ
barely
だろ
meets community guidelines.
いやいやいやい
It's
や
too
ギリギリな
na
ん
na
だ
na.
からいろいろ
Bro,
普通
it's borderline. Wait, come on, what the heck?
いやいや
It's
いや
too
いやギリギリ
na
な
na. It's borderline in too many ways.
んだからいろいろ普通に
Just think about it
考えてみ
rationally.
てもっとメジャーなの
I want to make something like this a little more
作れよ
mainstream.
バズり狙いだったら
If I were
あ
aiming
あ
to
と
go viral,
普通に16歳の方
I do it with my what?
やるよ全くもうただの身内乗り
It was just a meme song meant to
です
for
本
my
当に
fans.
ね
What? I know, slow it down for me.
マジでただの身内乗りだからねあの曲紅白いける誰がとは言わないんですけれどもロリカミをなんか
What the heck did you just say?
誰がとは言わないんですけれどもロリカミをなんかスイート
Oh, that's what the word is. Lolly's the word that is being banned. Wait, can I not say that on YouTube? Me must be Brian. I'm telling you, it's not even like it don't even make no sense. Like she's still talking and they cut it. She's still talking and they cut it already. Like how the heck?
ラジオあるじゃないですか NHK の私も前出たやつで曲を再びね聞きたいよってリクエストしてくださったんですってしたら NHK の方からちゃんと NG ですって言われたらしいやっぱ BGM じゃないとダメなんだロリカミ終わる歌
To this day, the artist's intentions with this song are still debated, and we will talk about the numerous controversies.
You watch the whole video? I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was wondering. What the heck? Why does she keep bleeping out that word?
But also explain why Shigeru Ui made this song in the first place. But you guys know me. I leave no stones unturned, so stick around for the rest. Hey you! Yes, I'm talking to you.
Sponsored?
You're a gamer, right? I've got
I
your
don't play
next
games.
obsession on lock with this new game recently.
I'm sorry, I don't play
Never
games.
meant to go viral.
I mean, not recently.
完全に気の迷いです
Her alter ego, Li Ui, that is featured in the song, was actually originally created so she could share embarrassing childhood stories to her stream. Back then, Shigeru thought this would be the last time we would ever see the Loli on stream. But in one other collab streams, the punishment game for losing was to do a Loli stream, and thus
Oh, she just said it.
ended up appearing again. Her luck was really bad around this time, so she kept losing and losing and losing even more until Ui's appearances became frequent and it became an inside joke between her and her chat. One day she had to act like a
I guess
loli
it's-
again due
oh.
to her losing a punishment game. Her chat kept egging her on, spamming loli in chat, so she responded by calling them gross. Her chat then loved it and it became a meme.
ってなんだよってことなんか罰ゲームでロリを一緒にやった時にオタクたちがあまりにロリロリ言い出してさすがにキモくてちょっとお前らキモ
Oh,
すぎ
she's an artist
牽制を
also.
するためにお前らキモすぎという口に出してしまいましたらこうなりましたはい
So, contrary to some
I'll
popular
wait tomorrow. I have a
belief,
good one,
this
May.
was not an
Have a good night.
attempt to shame her fans, although she does often banter with them quite playfully. On another day, she lost a bet against
Zero
Chad,
came back for
and
that.
Chad responded by pretending to be a creepy anime guy, which is a popular trope in Japan called Oji-san. She responded by
Oh my
activating
gosh.
her personal safety buzzer. Threatening to pull on an alarm is a popular Mezugaki trope, and playing into the theme of blackmail and coercion is a consensual degradation thing. And the Megazaki trope is the main theme her song is based on. In fact, the lyrics to Shukusei Yukemi Requiem are written from the perspective Uai Shigure's fictional schoolgirl persona, 9-year-old Uai. She assails and
Oh
taunts
my
imprisoned
gosh.
pedophiles while
Yeah, guys,
simultaneously
that's gonna
acting
be
as
it for me.
goddess who leads
It was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna try to finish this up off stream here and hopefully get it up and posted today. I mean tomorrow. I mean today, because today's time. But yeah, guys, it was fun. Had a good time, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, when does summertime officially start? What does it start, like 12? Does it start like at 12? 12. 12. No. June? Maybe June. Yeah. We'll do like June. I mean, no, I want to do like after I do the thing that I was telling you about earlier. After I finish that one, then and only then I'll do. Must still be doing character sheets, okay. But yeah. Goodbye. What time is it though? Actually, yeah, 12. With this heat, summer has been started. I know, that's what I'm saying, bro. Cause it's too hot. It gotta be started. So after this one, I'm gonna finish up that other one that I was telling you about, and then right after that, then we'll do the summer piece with Athene and BB. Yeah. I have a little idea. I want to do like a showdown before. Like, you know how I did this one first and then I did this one and then now I'm going to do this one. It's kind of like a set, but it's through time. I think I want to do before like of BB and Athene. I think I'll do like them standing next to each other, kind of like, you know, like standing like, yeah, like, you know, you want to do this, right? And then that's when, you know, obviously before they start the watermelon dodgeball fight thing. Like, how have we been doing? Like, I think I'll just have her like in a throwing position, about to throw the watermelon. I don't know. We'll end up seeing how we end up doing it. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you like and subscribe if you're not already. And thanks for, you know, being here. You know, hope you guys enjoyed. And peace. Oyashimi. Abaston, everyone. Good night. Good night. Good night. Oh, snap. Yeah. Good night. Goodbye. Goodbye. Peace, love, and Hercules. Wait. Yeah. Let me wait. There. Okay. And yeah. Okay. And then there. Okay. Peace, love, and chicken, please. Okay. Let's put this here. And back here. Alright. Well, yeah, guys. Bye-bye. Goodbye.